Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was abandoned and became Wukong Jin Mori from God of Highschool Part 4. Before we start, please go support jokersHearts for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 18, Issei's Daughter and First. Guardian Kuroin. Mercenary X, Bolt-sama. Bad news, said an alarmed mercenary. Bolt, what's wrong? Asked the wounded wearer of the boosted gear copy. He was still healing from the internal wounds that the brown-haired boy had left him. Mercenary X, it's about Grave Levantine and his knights along with the group you sent towards the Celestine Guard territory. Bolt already had the idea of the bad news and a certain chestnut came to his mind. He gritted his teeth. Since he appeared in Olga's castle, he had ruined his plans of conquest. The territory under the care of Alicia and Prim, the surprise attack on Kagaya's territory, prevented Maya from being captured. In addition to that, he went to Lulu's territory. The latter had to retreat when they found out that he was present thanks to some citizens of the city, and the most recent, prevented Claudia Levantine from falling. Not even Graves' betrayal that would ensure that she would fall, but it was the opposite. Each of his attacks had been ruined. Mercenary X. They were massacred by a certain Yakumo Jin, he said with some fear. He had heard rumors about him, but he had never seen him in person. Those who survived his attacks spoke of him with fear. They were very few. Until now there were only 3 who survived and told that event. Of course they did not come out unscathed. Those 3 survivors were missing limbs or were left without mobility. Bolt, prepare the dragon egg. Make sure that bastard finds it. It's impossible for him to come out alive from a dragon attack, he said angrily. Mercenary X understood without a doubt. He continued with the plan. The plan was for the chestnut to have the dragon egg, then the dragons would be willing to attack him for having one of their offspring. Dragons are known as creatures that do not let any being get close to their eggs or offspring. When stealing one of their offspring or egg, the dragon would search for the essence of the egg until it found it, and eliminate everything around it. Bolt, if that doesn't kill you, I'll make sure to kill you myself with my bastard boosted gear, the man said in his mind with anger. For now he would just rest until he was healed to 100%. He would do anything to achieve his goal, even if it is killing someone who calls himself a god. Levantine territory. After having introduced the chestnut as the new leader of the Levantine family, or better now known as the Yakumo clan, thanks to the fact that the chestnut had already presented himself as a leader in his territory, he already had experience in speaking politely. Thanks to the manners classes given by Venelana and Grafia, it was easy for him to say a few words as the new leader, but in reality he would only be the image since he would let Claudia take care of everything as before his arrival. After all, he was not going to be here forever. After the presentation, the chestnut suggested that a small party be held for this occasion, which was held. It was a good idea to make everyone who lived in the territory forget the memory of the invasion. The party was all laughter, there was music, the princesses laughed with the dark elves. All of them in their minds did not believe that they would see such a scene, but they knew it was possible. After all, they had managed to put their differences aside to face those of Kuroina thanks to the brown-haired boy. The brown-haired boy sat between Olga and Kagaya who were feeding him, but he saw that someone was missing, and it was Claudia. He hadn't seen her since the party had started. The brown-haired boy said that he had to do something and that they shouldn't worry and that he should continue with whatever he was doing. Having said this, he went to look for Claudia. He walked through the halls of the brown-haired boy until he saw a lighted room. It was the library. Without further ado, he went to see if she would be there. Issei, so this is where you were, said the brown-haired boy entering the room. The woman was sitting while reading a black-covered book. She had a nostalgic look, and it was clear that she was sad, but she was brought out of her thoughts by the brown-haired boy. Claudia, Jean Dano, shouldn't I be brainstorming with everyone? The woman asked, trying to look normal. Issei, I was, but I noticed that you were not present, so I decided to go look for you. Why are you here? Doubts. Claudia, this was Klaus' favorite place. He always came here to read his books, especially this one here, said the woman with a nostalgic smile, indicating the book with a black cover. He wasn't interested in anything that wasn't related to knights. He was always a pacifist. The woman said things about her deceased husband. Little by little her eyes seemed like she wanted to cry. Despite the fact that he could never give her a son, she loved him. Issei, I'm sorry. The brown-haired boy apologized. Claudia, why are you apologizing? Issei, I was watching graves, but it had never occurred to me that he would do something like that. It's my fault that your husband died. He bowed in apology in front of the woman. The brown-haired boy felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up to see Claudia, who gave him a slight smile. Claudia, Kagaya-dano told me how you felt. You don't have to feel guilty. Despite being a deity, you were raised by humans. It's normal. You won't always be able to protect everyone, the woman said. It was a way of saying that she did not blame him for her husband's death. The brown-haired boy remained silent, looking into Claudia's eyes, not knowing whether to feel bad or relieved. Claudia, you better go back to the party. I'll catch up with you in a while, Jin-dano, the woman said calmly. The chestnut understood, and left the room. Claudia proceeded to put the book in its place, in that she noticed how a piece of paper came out. She opened that page to see what it was. She saw a letter. She saw the handwriting and it was from her husband, so she proceeded to read it. Paper. Claudia, if you're reading this letter, chances are I'm no longer here. I want to apologize for leaving the family's work to you while I continued reading my books. But that's not what I want to talk about. What I mean is, I knew about my father's plans. When I found out, I didn't know whether to help you or my father. Both are important people to me. Despite everything, they were my family. When the other princesses arrived to the territory with the dark elves, I knew very well that my father would go after them too. But I noticed how that young man who accompanied them, something in me told me that he would save you from my father's clutches. Despite being married, I could never give you a son to the family. Even so, you treated me with kindness. What I want to say is that I want you to live your life, move on, find true love. I want you to put aside being my wife. Just give up. I wish you luck in finding your destined one. End of letter. Claudia read the letter with tears. She did not know how to feel. The letter was an indirect form of divorce. Behind her was a wyvern watching her, and she could clearly see what was written on the letter. It was the brown-haired one that she had been watching because of her current situation. She shouldn't leave her without care. Without further ado, she saw how the woman left the room. Then the wyvern disappeared in a magic circle. Evening. The party was over. Everyone went to sleep in their respective rooms, while the castle maids cleaned everything. The brown-haired boy took some half-drunk or half-asleep Maya, Lulu, Olga and Chloe to their rooms. He was accompanied by Kagaya and Prim, who were the only ones who were okay. Prim, have you seen Alice Ne-sama? The little girl asked. Issei, I'll go look for him after leaving them in their rooms. Kagaya, Primdano, I'm sure it's okay. The Kuroina people won't come. They gain nothing by invading this territory now. The brown-haired boy continued to leave each one in their rooms. When they finally finished, he would leave Kagaya and Prim in their rooms. But he did not count on the fact that on the way he would meet Alice, who seemed a little drunk. Issei, Alicia, where were you? I was worried about. He didn't finish speaking as the blonde silenced him with a kiss. He was surprised by the blonde's action. This happened before the eyes of Prim and Kagaya, who opened their eyes as best they could. The blonde separated her brown hair a little to be able to look at her face. The girl was blushing. Alicia, Jean, I like you, said the blushing girl. Issei, Alicia, why you're drunk, you don't know what you're saying. Nervous. Alicia, I could be bored, I can't stand it, but my feelings for you, it's real. Prim, Alicia Ne-sama, said the pink-haired girl. She had also found feelings of love in the brown-haired boy. She confirmed it when she saw the brown-haired boy cry for the first time, and now, her cousin had the same feelings towards the same man. Alicia, Jean, I know you have a relationship with Olga, Chloe and Kagaya, you know. I wouldn't mind being another one, Jean, said the blonde, kissing the brown-haired boy again. The brown-haired boy didn't know what to say. The girl had just confessed her feelings to him, even though she was drunk. I turned to see if Kagaya was angry. She puffed out her cheeks. She looked cute but angry. Alicia, Jean, let me be by your side forever, said the blonde, beginning to show signs that she wanted to cry. Then she felt a hand caressing her blonde hair. She looked at who it was, to discover that it was the brown-haired boy who was doing it. Issei, I'm happy that you tell me that, But tell me when you're conscious and not drunk, okay? Said the brown-haired boy with a slight smile at the blonde. Alicia was all red when she saw this. She got to the point of not being able to take it anymore, and she became unconscious. Issei, wow, I didn't expect that reaction. I think I'll take him to bed. You guys go to your room, it's better to rest. Prim, good night Jin-sama, he said as he said goodbye, to go to his room. Kagaya bowed to leave, even though she had other plans. The brown-haired boy carried Alice to take her to his room. Upon arriving, he carefully placed him on the bed, put the blanket on him, and then proceeded to leave the room, or so he had planned. Alicia, who had recovered from her faint, took the brown-haired boy's hand, an action that made him turn around. Issei, Alicia? Alicia, Jean, stay by my side please, she asked with a blush. The moonlight came through the window, illuminating Alice's purple eyes a little. The brown-haired boy accepted, taking a chair that was in the room, putting it sideways on Alice's bed to sit down. Issei, I'll be here when you need me, said the brown-haired boy with a smile. A slight smile appeared on the blonde's face, who told him not to leave her under any circumstances and not to even think about her leaving when she fell asleep. Alice, I can't sleep. Issei, I think I have a way to make you sleep. Alicia, really? Which ones? Issei, with a song from a circle, he took out a portable piano. The blonde was surprised to know that the brown-haired boy would play an instrument. Alicia, what is that? I asked about the instrument. Issei, it's a plan. Alicia, like those in the church? Issei, but or less, so that it's comfortable. I hope you like it, Alicia. The blonde was attentive to what the brown-haired boy would touch. It seemed exciting to her. Song, if you wish, cover made by Emanuel Fiori. The chestnut with a soft melody when playing the keys, to start singing. Alicia was amazed to see that the brown hair was not only used for combat, but her cheeks turned red when she heard the lyrics of the song. It was about love, it definitely was. Her heart was beating rapidly. She unconsciously brought a hand to her chest, feeling her emotions fly as she listened to the song. Alicia's sad face, I really have fallen in love with you, Jean, she said in her mind. After almost 3 minutes, the chestnut finished the song. Issei, well? Can you go to sleep now? Alicia, no, maybe if you play again I'll fall asleep please. The comment made the brown-haired boy smile as well as laugh a little. Alicia, what are you laughing at? Pout. Issei, nothing, it's just that you look prettier like this, he smiling. The girl blushed, looked away. Her expression was angry and tender, but then she gave a slight smile. Apparently she liked the brown-haired boy's compliment. Issei, I'll play another one, so I hope you can sleep, okay? The girl nodded, and the brown-haired boy began to play another song, while Alice enjoyed the sweet melody along with the voice of the young man who had made her fall in love. Outside the room were 2 girls, one with pink hair and one with black hair. They were Prim and Kagaya, who were in their room until they heard a melody and followed it to the place where it came from, and ended up again at the entrance to Alice's room. Both girls opened the door a little to see who was producing that melody. Both were surprised to know who it was. It was the brown-haired boy. Both girls remained silent, while enjoying themselves a little longer before going to sleep. Each one had different thoughts. Kagaya definitely fell more in love with Brown. Now she wanted to give herself to him body and soul. Prim, she had found feelings of love towards the brown-haired boy. Now it intensified more. She already wanted to confess her feelings to him. Alicia, Prim, and Kia could already imagine their life with the chestnut tree, who would always dedicate a song like that to him. Day after. Sunlight entered through the window of Alice's room. The light woke up the chestnut. Issei, why yawn are you? It's already daylight. He looks at the blonde's bed, to find her completely asleep with a beautiful smile. Apparently she really enjoyed last night's songs. The brown-haired boy smiled slightly, giving the girl a pat on the forehead before leaving. What he didn't know was that Alice was awake. She smiled and touched her forehead with her hand where the brown-haired boy had kissed her. Alicia, Jean happy. With the chestnut, he walked through the halls. Any maid who saw him would politely greet her, and he would return the greeting. He kept walking until he ran into Olga. Issei, good morning Olga, how did you sleep? Olga, good morning, Jean. I slept well, although it would have been better if you were with me, she said happily and whispering the last part just so the brown-haired boy could hear. Issei // Olga, do you have plans for today? Issei, first I'll take a bath, then maybe I'll talk to Claudia about where the Kuroinu will attack, and you? Olga, I will practice my magic, and help Chloe train a little. Maybe later we can spend some time together, said the woman, smiling at the brown-haired boy. The woman proceeded to leave, but not before giving her man a kiss. She left the brown-haired man with a good taste in his mouth, and he couldn't stop looking at Olga. Issei, Drake, are you sure I'm not becoming a pervert again? He asked mentally. Drake, not at all. You are a male after all. It is normal that you are attracted to your females. The brown-haired boy entered the bathroom and prepared to take off his clothes to enter the room where there was a large tub. What he didn't tell was that a certain black-haired girl and a pink-haired girl entered after him without making a noise. Issei, this feels so good, the hot water covering your body, he said, very relaxed beyond belief. At that point some hands embraced him from behind the chestnut tree, alarming him. Kagaya, soy yo Jin-sama. Issei, Kagaya is you, but what are you doing here? He said alarmingly, knowing that the Miko was here. Kagaya, isn't it obvious? To spend time with you. As your future wife I have to spend more time with you, Kagaya said happily. Issei pero. I didn't finish speaking because someone else besides Kagaya appeared, and it was Prim, who covered herself with a towel as she entered the water. Prim, Jijin-sama, I hope you don't mind if Kagaya-dano and I are with you while you bathe, she said shyly, avoiding looking at the brown-haired boy. Issei, CLA sure, make yourself comfortable, he said somewhat blushing. He avoided looking at the two girls. They had not exaggerated bodies, but they were beautiful. Then Kagaya sat on top of the chestnut. This made Prim blush. She covered her face in shame with her hands, although it left a small opening to see. Issei, Edo Kagaya? Kagaya, yeah? Jin? Issei, why are you sitting on top of me? Then Kagaya turned around to be face to face, to smile at the brunette. Kagaya, I want you to mark me, Jean. This left the brown-haired boy's eyes open, while he turned red, while Prim didn't understand anything, but she got an idea of the situation between the brown-haired boy and the Miko. Issei, are you sure? Besides, Prim is here, he whispered the last part. Kagaya, yes, I'm sure. Besides, I already explained about the mark to her, and she also has feelings for you. Issei, are you serious? Then he turned to see the pink-haired girl, who approached the brown-haired boy. Prim, Eto Jin-sama, to tell the truth, I want to be his woman. I like you, Jean, said the girl, blushing to the maximum, closing her eyes, not knowing if she would be accepted or not. Then he felt a hand caress his head. He opened his eyes to see that the action came from the brown-haired boy, who smiled slightly at him. Issei, thank you. I feel happy to know that you feel that way about me, but you should know that I don't only have one I don't finish since Primus spoke. Prim, yes, I know. Kagaya-dano told me about having a harem, but she also told me your reasons. That's why I don't care. I just don't want you to leave me aside. Kagaya, same as my Jean. I only ask that you treat me the same as everyone else. Then the brown-haired boy hugged both girls, and they reciprocated. Issei, I wouldn't leave any of them aside, so I'll try not to disappoint them. Kagaya, I know you won't. She moved away a little to look at his face, and continued to kiss the brown-haired boy. After a few minutes they separated due to lack of air. Prim, Edo Jin-sama, I want to, she said timidly. Then she and the brown-haired boy joined their lips. At first the girl was a little tense, but little by little she let go and began to enjoy the kiss. Lemon skipped. The brown-haired boy with a sleeping and tired Kagaya in his arms. Next to him was Prim. Both girls had a marked smile, since they were now women of the man who won her heart. The brown-haired boy took Kagaya to his room to rest. Then he continued walking next to Prim, who was also tired, but now wanted to be closer to the brown-haired boy. Prim, Jin-sama, where are we going? Issei, we will go to a lake that is near the territory. Prim, how do you know there is a lake? I asked, since at no time had the chestnut tree left the castle. Issei, well, during the invasion, I was up in the sky and I could see that there was a lake nearby, and I would also like to go out for a bit. It's kind of boring to stay here. Prim, I understand, then accompany him, Jin-sama happy. Issei, sure Gij. They left the castle, and began walking towards the direction where the lake was. It was a half-hour walk from the castle towards there. During the course, the two talked about trivial things, getting to know each other more. Until they finally arrived, they saw a large lake. The water was so crystal clear that you could see your reflection in it. Both young men sat near the lake to put their feet in the lake to feel the sensation of cold water flowing over their feet. Prim, wah, it feels very relaxing. I've never done this before, she said happily. Being a member of high society, she had to act as she should. She couldn't have fun like those who weren't part of high society. Issei, it must be difficult. Prim, it is, and even more so when you don't have the right to have an opinion, she said with her head down. Issei, is it about your engagement? Prim, part yes, you see, my parents are the ones who manage a large part of the economy of Eostia as well as a small part of the army. They, seeing that I had a son but a daughter, decided to commit me to the son of the minister so that he would take care of him, since they did not want me to dedicate my whole life to them. Without my consent they committed me to him. I could not refuse. I had to act as if it pleased me, she said, clenching her fists a little in frustration. Then the brown-haired boy put an arm around her shoulder and moved her so that she was closer to the brown-haired boy. Issei, you don't have to marry him if I don't want to. The pink-haired girl looked at the brown-haired boy in surprise. Issei, after all, you have the mark that shows that it was mine. That's why no one will take away what is important to me, he said with a smile. The girl blushes upon hearing this. Just as she wanted to cry, she couldn't hold it in any longer and put her face in the brown-haired boy's ass to cry, while the brown-haired boy comforted her. A little far from them came a small group of Kuroinu mercenaries, who brought with them a large egg. It was that of a dragon. Their objective was for it to fall into the hands of the brown-haired boy. It was the orders of their leader Bolt. I was just heading in the direction where the lake was, since that path was like a route that would not be discovered. Just when they approached the lake they managed to see that there were two people there. They identified them. It was as if fate wanted it. There they found the chestnut tree that according to what Bolt described. Without further ado they carefully slipped away to leave the egg nearby. They headed towards the upper direction of the lake to let the current carry the egg towards it. And everything turned out to be like this. The egg was carried by the current towards the chestnut tree. Prim, look at that, Jin-sama, she said, pointing at the egg that was in the water. Issei, an egg? The brown-haired boy approached to pick up the egg to return to the pink-haired girl. The Kuroinu men saw and were sure that he would keep it. Without further ado they left as quickly as possible to avoid a confrontation with the brown-haired boy. Issei, it's too big to be an egg, don't you think? Prim, it's a dragon egg. It's very rare to see one, she said, impressed. Then Drake spoke in the chestnut's mind. Drake, partner, before you continue asking, it is definitely a dragon egg, although I wonder how it got here. But I suggest you keep it. I feel that it will be of great importance from now on. That's all, let's talk later. And so the Drake finished giving the information to the brown-haired boy. Prim, Jin-sama, are you okay? Issei, yeah. I was just thinking about something, hee. What's going on? Prim, I saw him very thoughtful. Is something wrong? Issei, no, I was just thinking about what to do with this dragon egg. Prim, I don't think it's a good idea. Dragons are known as very feared beings. They destroy towns as if it were nothing, even if you are very powerful. I don't think it's a good idea to have a dragon nearby, said the pink-haired girl with some fear as she remembered the stories about those creatures. Issei, don't worry, I've already faced one before for a long time, he said calmly, remembering his confrontation with a certain beast of the apocalypse. Prim, have you ever faced a dragon before? She was impressed to know that. Issei, well, it's a very long story, although I wonder what the dragon that comes out of it will be like. Prim, maybe it's one that looks very scary, the girl said somewhat nervously. Then the dragon spoke again in the chestnut's mind. Drake, I had forgotten. When you raise them while they are still in their eggs, they will absorb the aura of the dragon that is closest to them, so if you want them to come out of the egg quickly, increase your aura a little. I don't know why. But I feel like it will go very badly for you when you return with the others, said the dragon, and thought the last part to himself. Issei sad face, thank you, dragon. Drake, you're welcome, that was all, and that's how the little mental conversation ended. Issei, Prim, do you want to know what the dragon inside the egg will be like? He asked the girl with a smile. Prim, yes I want, although how will you do it? She asked somewhat curiously. Issei, you'll see, he smiling. Prim saw how the brown-haired boy began to give off a red aura from his body. Prim could feel that this aura was warm, which made her stop feeling some fear. The aura also completely covered the egg. It seemed like something was happening to it. She did not take her eyes off what was happening in front of her. After a few minutes, the chestnut had stopped, the aura that surrounded him, and the egg had disappeared. Issei, ready, I think it will come out of the egg at any moment. Prim, really? She asked with curiosity and at the same time with some fear, knowing that the dragon would come out of its egg at any moment. Just like the chestnut, the egg began to crack, little by little. It was becoming more noticeable. The two young people did not take their eyes off it, they did not even blink. A piece of the egg broke, revealing red eyes, the same as the brown-haired boy's when he entered his Monkey King mode. Issei and Prim continued to watch as the egg broke into pieces. In that, the egg lit up completely, killing the two. When the light dissipated, they saw that in the arms where the egg was supposed to be, there was a little girl with red hair. Like her eyes, she had black horns, black wings, and a small tail, but she was naked. Prim, Jin-sama? Wasn't the egg supposed to hatch into a dragon? She asked, somewhat shocked to see that it was a little girl with some of the features that a dragon would have. The little girl looked at the two young men curiously. She began to smell them both. They both wondered what she was doing. Before one of them could speak, the little girl got ahead of them. Little one, Mom, Dad! He exclaimed happily with a big smile, before jumping into Prim's arms, who caught him. This left both young people in doubt. Did the little girl who came out of the dragon egg call them Daddy and Mommy? Issei/Prim, yeah. They both shouted. This made the little girl who was in Prim's arms cover her ears. Little girl, Mom, Dad, don't make any silly noise, said the little girl. Issei, little one, you must be mistaken about something. We are not your parents. Little one, yes they are. Issei, no way. Little one, yes. Issei, no way. Little one, yes. Prim watched this with a smile. It seemed like a little argument between father and daughter. She thought it wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, she would have a baby, right? The brown-haired boy stopped arguing with the little girl to talk to his dragon. Issei, Drake, explain to me how it ended like this, he exclaimed mentally. Drake, tell me, did you increase your dragon aura a lot? Issei, something, but you didn't tell me how much I should use. Drake, well, I thought you would know about that, so there was no need to tell you, right? Issei, remind me to take you to Tiamat, he said with a somber tone that made the dragon freeze, who began to say that for nothing in the world would he take him with her. Drake explained to him that, the dragons that had not yet emerged from their eggs, if he used a small part of the dragon's aura he would dominate them, but that using a large part of it would be like a pact between father and son or daughter on this occasion, and that also because his aura was so powerful. He was able to speak at such a young age and with greater intelligence, and that he would call any girl who had his aura in her mom. The chestnut stood still upon learning this. He was now a father. He hadn't even thought about it, but it had happened. He looked at the little girl in his arms, and she looked at him too, smiled and spread her arms. Little one, Dad! She exclaimed happily. She extended her arms as if she wanted a hug. The brown-haired boy, seeing something so tender, couldn't help but smile and blush. In his mind he thought that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to have her as a daughter, even though technically she was. He couldn't deny so much tenderness, and he wasn't capable of leaving a newborn in the middle of the forest. So he did what was most convenient in this situation. Issei, yes, Daddy is here, he said with a smile, while he took the little girl and lifted her to the sky. She just laughed. Issei, and she's your mother, he said, taking the pink-haired girl by the heights so that she would stick to him. Prim was blushing, and also surprised that he accepted. A while ago she was still arguing with the little girl. She smiled and said to him, "Prim, yes, I am your mom," she said, happily hugging the little girl, and she hugged her back. "Jin-sama, we must get some clothes for her." "Issei, that I'll take care of it," he said while taking out a white dress that fit the little girl perfectly. "How did he have that?" "Well, let's say that certain parents told him to buy it when they found out what he had done with the girls. Mentally he was grateful for them. They dressed the little girl, tender, were the perfect words to describe the little girl in Prim's arms. "Prim, Jin-sama, if you accepted her as our daughter, what name will you give her?" Issei, the brown-haired boy began to think while looking at the little girl, who also wanted to know what his name was. Red was what predominated most in her, and she thought and thought, until finally she came up with the perfect name for her. "Issei, I got it. Your name will be Akane," he said to take the little girl, now called Akane. "Do you like it?" he asked the girl. "Akane, yes, Dad," she exclaimed happily. Prim saw this with a smile. In one day she had become one for the man who stole her heart, and now she had a daughter. Later, the chestnut tree, Prim, and his daughter returned to the castle. All the maids watched this, amazed at the little girl. She was cute, but she had horns, wings, and tails. She looked like a dragon. When she met up with the others who were marked, Akane called each one of them Mom. Olga, Chloe, and Kagaya were surprised. Then the brown-haired boy explained to them who Akane was, as well as why she called them Mom, and that she also talked about Prim. "Olga, so you marked the little Prim," said a serious Olga with Akane on her lap. "Chloe, that's why we call her Mom," she said with a smile. "Kagaya, Akine-chan, could you tell me who I am?" the Miko asked the little girl with a smile. "Akane, you are one of my moms," she exclaimed with a smile. The Miko couldn't be happier. In fact, no one could. She now had a daughter with the brown-haired boy. Although it was thanks to the fact that she had part of the brown-haired boy's aura, they had accepted the little girl as their true daughter. Just then Lulu, Maya, Alicia, and Claudia came. "Claudia, Jin-sama, we have to talk about Kuroina's next objective," he said seriously. "Lulu, oh, who's the little one?" asked the curious Loli. "Akane, I'm Akane." Smiling. "Alicia, hey Jean, where did you find the girl?" said the blonde, approaching Akane. Then Elaine starts smelling the blonde. "Akane, are you another of my moms?" the girl asked. This left the newcomers in doubt, who did not know what it was about, although Prim and Kagaya knew, especially Kagaya, since she knew how the mark worked, and how Alicia was marked by last night's kiss. "Alicia, eh? Maya, let's see, what do you mean, one of your moms?" "Akane, she has a bit of my dad's scent on her," she said innocently. Lulu began to sniff and found nothing. "Lulu, it's not true, it doesn't have any smell." "Alicia, who is your father?" Akane jumped off Olga's lap and landed on the brown-haired boys. "Akane, he's my dad. Hee. This made the blonde blush, and Lulu, Maya, and Claudia doubtful, since he did not look anything like the brunette. "Claudia, do you have more than one mother?" "Akane, yes, they are my mom," she said, smiling and pointing to Olga, Chloe, Prim, and Kagaya, who smiled with a slight blush. This left the four of them in shock, and they now had more doubts. "Lulu, then I'm also your mother, since he will be my husband," said the loli somewhat jealously. "Akane, you don't have daddy's scent on you, you're not mommy." This left the loli stunned. She didn't know what she had to do to get him to call her mom. "Lulu, so what do I have to do to have your smell, Jean?" she asked the brown-haired boy quickly. The brown-haired boy looked to the other side while playing with Akane. Olga and Chloe also looked to the other side while smiling slightly. Prim and Kagaya blushed while lowering their heads. Alicia had a slight idea about what that smell that Akane was talking about was, taking into account what Akane had told her about her mother. Maya saw this with a smile. While she thought about what would have happened if both had never been like that, would she have had a boy or a girl with him? That's what the redhead thought while looking at the brown-haired boy with his daughter, while Lulu tried to find out about the smell. Alicia put the loose ends together. Her eyes widened. Now she knew what the smell was about. She saw the brunette and Olga naked when she woke them both up, and this morning when she went to take a bath she saw how the brunette had relations with her cousin in Kagaya. And about Chloe, well, it was assumed that she would be the same as her queen. That was the smell that the girl said. The only doubt she had left was why Akane called her mom, if she hadn't had relations with the brunette. And so it is, she saw how the brown-haired boy had relations with Prim and Kagaya in the bathroom. In the morning when she went to take a shower, at the essayette in front of the door, you could hear the moans of two people. She opened the door a little to see that it was Prim and Kagaya having relations with the brown-haired boy. She knew beforehand that he had something with the dark elves, but when she saw this she couldn't believe it. She got angry, and became a little jealous. Without further ado she left from there. Right now she had more reason to be the brown-haired man's woman, because of little Akane, despite having other features that showed that she is not a human. But that did not matter to her when she saw the bright smile of the girl that could cheer everyone up. With great determination she would confess again to the brown-haired man and have relations. After that scene between Dad and Mom, a meeting took place. Prim and Kagaya were not present because they wanted to spend time with their daughter, and they did not want the little girl to hear the conversation. It was said that the next target would be the last. It was Celestine, the queen of the continent of Eostia, who was the reincarnation of a goddess. She had the power to see the future a small part. They did not know when the Kuroinu would attack. That is why she had to go to the capital, where Celestine's royal palace was located. So they agreed that tomorrow he would go to the capital to meet with Celestine and give him the news about Kuroinu. In this way they concluded the meeting. When the meeting ended they saw that it was already night. Without further ado they all went to their rooms to rest. Akane's mother asked which of them she wanted to sleep with. She answered Prim. The others, feeling defeated, became discouraged. But Akane made them happy. She said she would sleep with them too, but another day. They happily accepted. The chestnut tree was on one of the castle's balconies, looking out into the nothingness of the night, but he was not alone. Right behind him, Alice arrived. Alice, Jean? The chestnut turned to look at her. Issei, Alicia? What are you doing up so late? You should sleep. Alicia, I asked you the same thing. Shouldn't you be with your daughter? Issei, I know, but I was thinking that this could be the last battle I'll have against the Kuroinu people, he said calmly. Alicia, I suppose you'll leave after all this is over, right? She asked the sad man. The brown-haired boy noticed the blonde's expression. He knew the reason for her expression, so he hugged her. Issei, I won't leave without you, he said in a sweet voice to the girl. She blushed, looked into the brown-haired boy's eyes, and immediately gave him a kiss, which he did not refuse. They separated with labored breathing. The brown-haired boy carried the girl bridally. She blushed more than she could. Issei, let's go to sleep, smiling. Alicia, hi. Although I have other plans, she thought the last part with a smile. The brown-haired boy didn't sleep with Prim and Akane, since for obvious reasons Alice made him sleep with him. The night passed peacefully, thanks to the vigilance of the many wyverns that the brown-haired man created, which prevented several traitors who still remained among those who inhabited the territory. Conrisivim, the son of the original Lucifer, along with his assistant Euclid, with the help of an unknown entity seeking revenge on Jean. At this moment they were in an unknown place, with several plans. Risivim, Euclid, how are you doing with collecting the worlds? Euclid, with the help of the being I was able to find out that there are large amounts of power that could be at levels that surpass the dragon gods. The platinum-haired man showed several folders with information about the worlds. Well, if that's the case, we'll soon be putting those powers into action, so get ready. It might be difficult to snatch it away, said the stranger. Risivim, hey, now that I think about it, you've never told us your name? The voice did not respond. It was as if it was thinking about whether to tell him or not, but in the end it decided to say it. Tathagata was the only thing the voice said. Chapter 19. The End of Kuroinu Part 1, Celestine. The chestnut was beginning to wake up, his eyes opened to see the sunlight coming through the window. It would be a sunny day. The brown-haired boy was waking up. He felt an extra weight on top of him. He managed to see a blonde hair. He knew very well who it was. He got up, gave the girl a kiss on the forehead to get dressed through a magic circle to leave the room. When the brown-haired boy left, Alice stood up. One of her hands touched her forehead where the brown-haired boy had kissed her. She smiled at this. She began to get dressed, and that she managed to see a mark of what looked like an oriental dragon on her right shoulder. She didn't know how she had gotten a tattoo. This mark was the same as the one Olga had on her belly. Olga is the only one who can see the mark. Chloe, Kagaya and Prim, since they have clothes that are not as revealing as Olga's, they cannot be seen. Before she says that, Chloe can too, since she is wearing a dress that the brown-haired boy gave her from the beginning. She would find out later. Now they had to prepare to go to the capital of all Eostia, where she would meet Celestine. Right now my priority was to make the final preparations to leave for the capital. With the chestnut at this moment, he was walking in the halls to go see those who wanted to enter the castle during the night, just when he runs into Olga and Chloe. Issei, good morning Olga. Chloe. Olga, good morning Jean, how did little Elaine sleep in you? Issei, well, I didn't sleep next to Akane and Prim, he said somewhat nervously. This made the two elves have a confused expression. Chloe, so? An explanation later, the brown-haired boy said the reason why he did not sleep with his daughter and cousin. Olga, so you also marked Alicia too? Issei, yes. Chloe, who will be next? Maya? Haha, said the red-eyed girl with some sarcasm. Issei, I thought he would get angry? Olga, of course we're angry, aren't we, Chloe? Chloe, yes, Origa-sama. Olga, although polygamy is common, as a woman it is still a little difficult for me to share women with other men, especially when before I arrive you already have like 15 women. That's why we'll have a talk when all this is over, she said the last part, sharpening her gaze on the chestnut-haired man who began to sweat bullets while nodding in affirmation. Dad, said the voice of a girl who flew up to sit on the brown-haired boy's shoulders. Issei, Akane. How did you sleep, little one? Akane, good. Mom slept with me, hee happy. Prim, Jean-sama, good morning, said the happy little girl. Jean, good morning Prim. I'm sorry for not sleeping with you and Akane last night, he apologized. Prim, there's no need to apologize, I already know why, she said somewhat embarrassed while carrying Akane. Issei, really? He asked, embarrassed to discover that a large part of the castle had heard him. Chloe, so did we. You could say the others listened too. You could say it was a normal morning, not counting what men might do for a little hex. This is the most normal thing. Then they met with the other princesses. Claudia would take care of those who tried to enter the castle. With the help of the brown-haired eyes, her unholy intentions were discovered. Her fate would not be pleasant. The brown-haired boy and his daughter escaped from Lulu, who kept asking about the smell that Akane was talking about, which he didn't understand. The women watched this with amusement. Although Claudia thought this would be if her husband were not sterile, he would be a good father. Seeing the brown-haired boy smile along with his daughter, she unconsciously smiled, at the same time that her cheeks took on a slight red color. A thought of her, and the brown-haired boy along with Akane walking hand in hand as if they were a family, she quickly discarded that thought to start going to the capital. A similar thought passed through Maya's mind with the brown-haired boy. She didn't know how she had thought of that. She loves vault, doesn't she? Without further ado, they all headed off towards the capital. A few hours later. Now the group had grown. If before it was already a large group, now it was larger. The brown-haired boy was traveling on his cloud, sitting at a height close to the ground and at a speed that the others could maintain, with Akane on his lap. Lulu insisted that the brown-haired boy let her travel on the cloud with him, but he didn't believe that she was sitting on his lap too. This caused jealousy in some and sighs in others, since the halfling was determined that he would be her husband. Chloe, Alicia, Maya and Claudia were on horses. Olga, Prim and Kagaya along with the nuns were in the same carriage. The Miko's warriors along with Alice's two guards went in another carriage. The last carriage was some warriors under Claudia's command, while the rest would take care of the Yakumo territory, although she left some pamphlets to call Chestnut in case of emergency. It was a fairly large group of women, all of them alert in case of an ambush, but at the same time calm because of the presence of the brown-haired man. They were all calm, some remained silent, others talked about what had happened recently. The chestnut walked calmly, accompanied by his daughter and a lowly on his lap, she enjoying the breezes of the wind. Just that Maya decided to talk to him. Maya, Jean? Issei, yes, Maya? Maya, I was wondering if we could talk? Issei, sure, about what? Maya, well, I can't say it if the little one is there and hears it. The brown-haired boy raised an eyebrow. Was it a subject he couldn't talk about in front of the little girl? Without further ado, he left Olga, Prim and Kagaya in the care of her. He even left Lulu with them, so he could talk to the redhead. Issei, well? What do you want to talk about? Maya, it's about Vault, he said with some insecurity. The brown-haired boy frowned upon hearing the man's name. Apparently he was still unsure of the fate of that shoulder. Issei, what's wrong with him? Seriously. Maya, how will it end? I mean, you will finish off his army easily. I know that, but what will become of the when it ends? He asked the brown-haired boy. No one could hear him, or so he thought, since Claudia, being a little close to both of them, could hear them. Chloe, with her great hearing, was able to do it. Issei, don't kill him, but he has to pay for his actions. The redhead lowered her gaze, not knowing how to save the love of her life. Issei, it must be difficult to let someone you love die, isn't it? The brown-haired boy asked the girls. Maya, what do you know about that? Issei, Sai, I know very well what it feels like to let the person you love die. Maya, maybe you? Issei, I know very well how it feels when the person you love turns out to be something you never thought they were. You could say that she was the first partner I had. She seemed so normal, on our first date, at the end of the date. She herself stuck a spear of light in my stomach that ended my life, said the brown-haired man, recounting a certain fall he experienced in the past. Maya, Chloe, Claudia, whoever is listening to this, although the last two were indirectly. The three of them were surprised by the story of the chestnut. Her first partner had been stabbed by a spear of light that ended his life. Until the moment she met the chestnut, they had never suffered a mortal wound. What's more, they never ended up being injured. Maya, so what happened to her? How are you still alive? She asked, alarmed. The other two were no better than Maya. They wanted to ask too, but they knew that they only heard this as a joke. Issei, as for how she survived, well, that's another story about what happened to her. They killed her. I let her die, said the brown-haired boy with a nostalgic look. A memory of a certain fall in a black skirt and pink blouse, before being murdered by a certain redhead, came to her mind. Her face was not one of hate, but of a smile accompanied by tears. It seemed like a farewell. Something was not right with that memory. Maya, Jean? Jean! The redhead shouted to the brown-haired boy, who didn't react. Issei, huh? Oh. Yeah. What happened, Maya? Maya, you were very thoughtful. Did you remember something? Issei, no, I just got a memory. It's nothing important, hee. What were we talking about? Maya, from Vault. Issei, Sai, well, I'll do something about it. I don't like seeing that smile of yours being wiped off your face, so I'll do my best. The redhead blushed, looked away so as not to look at the brown-haired boy, but thanked the brown-haired boy for having mercy on the guy, but something in her told her she shouldn't do it. The rest of the way to the capital was quiet. Some girls talked, others remained calm. Akane played with Olga, Prim and Kagaya. Even the nuns played with the little dragon. She was very nice. She didn't seem anything like the dragon she told the stories about. Maya and Claudia, for some reason, were talking to the brown-haired boy. In a certain way, they wanted to get to know him better. He didn't look like any man they had ever met. He was noble, very noble, as well as humble, with a sense of justice and an unbreakable will. They were qualities of a hero. He seemed to come out of a story, and he didn't look at them like the men who looked at them with unholy eyes. It was the opposite, a look full of determination. In a certain way his look said, "Nothing will happen. I am here. I will protect you." Now he saw the brown-haired boy with different eyes. In a certain way it didn't bother them. It felt nice, even though they didn't know how. A certain redhead thought if he could help him forget his feelings for a certain leader of the mercenaries, perhaps by removing those feelings that cloud his judgment. Capital of Eostia. In the capital of this continent, in a large white palace, on the throne was an elf with long blonde hair, a great body, emerald eyes, and white skin. She wore a dress that only covered her parts, if you can call it that, a circlet of leaves around her head, along with other accessories that seemed to be made of gold. She is Celestine Lucrosse, the Queen of Issotia, reincarnation of the White Goddess. Despite not having combat skills, she was a great leader. She has powers that helped her predict fragments of the future, as well as other powers that would be more supportive. She was sitting on her throne as she closed her eyes to see a vision. With the problem of Kuroinu, the continent was at stake, especially the women. Since days ago her vision showed her fall along with Issotia. That worried her a lot. She concentrated to such an extent that the true appearance of the goddess manifested itself as a being linked to her. She looked identical to her vision. When she opened her eyes, she saw that she was on the outskirts of the capital. It was a desolate land, there were some grasses around it. She looked in front of her to see the great Kuroinu army. It was so large that she had never seen an army of such magnitude. One could say that it had gathered all the men of all Eostia, humans, ogres, goblins, lycanthropes, cyclops, flying beasts, even dragons. They were all men. It was a sign that this war was lost. But in front of her appeared a young man with his back to her, brown hair, some spikes that defied gravity. He wore a black suit. You could see a western dragon on his back, a piece of tiger cloth around his waist tied with a red rope. With one hand he held a silver-gray cane, but what stood out most was that white halo around his head. Celestine couldn't see his face, she could only see his back. In a certain way it seemed like he was facing the Kuroinu alone. And she could also see that next to him was a brown-haired woman with hair reaching below her neck who had a lock of hair. He could see how that brown-haired boy launched himself against the Kuroinu men alone. The place lit up to change the scene. When I finished changing the scene, I was in the same place. But now there were bodies of the Kuroinu members lying on the ground. Now there were only two silhouettes standing. They were two subjects with identical armor. Only one was black with red gems, while the other was red with green gems, both staring at each other. Celestine turned around to see Claudia, Alicia, Prim, Kagaya, Maya, Lulu, Olga, Chloe. Prim seemed to be carrying a little redhead with dragon features, but the brunette had only seen her back for a while. Now she could see her face, purple or violet eyes, beautiful face, with a white dress with brown details, and gray parts. All of them seemed to watch the fight between those two beings in armor. Celestine turns to see the two beings launch themselves to collide their fists. Her panorama turned all white. The fragments had ended. She continued to open her eyes to see reality. End of vision. She slowly opened her eyes. That vision was something she had never seen before. Who was that young man with brown hair? The brown-haired woman? Those two armored men? She wondered who they were. But she felt that that young man would be the one to end this war. The vision she saw this time was quite different from what she saw days ago. Celestine, who are you? She asked herself, looking into the nothingness of that young brown-haired boy. It was then that a maid entered the place. Maid, Celestine-sama, the princesses along with Olga Discordia have come to see you, she said with a bow. The blonde elf was surprised to learn of this. She had already seen that Olga and her personal guard were present in the vision. Now she just needed to know why. Celestine, let them pass was the only thing they said so that the servant would follow the order. Moments before, at the entrance of the capital. The group had arrived at the entrance of the capital. Unlike other cities they had been to in this world, there were more people, as was to be expected in the capital. The group was entering, Chloe, Claudia and Alice next to the chestnut tree. Behind them came the three carriages. The crowd, seeing Claudia coming with Alicia, quickly moved aside to let them through. On the way he received screams of excitement for the arrival of the princesses. Olga and Chloe, despite being enemies of humans, were welcomed by men for obvious reasons. Some men ate princesses and elves with their bucking gaze, while others were grateful that she came to save them from Kuroinu. The news of the Kuroinu army was news throughout the capital, but with the intervention of Castano, he and Kuroinu had become the main topic of conversation in the capital. There were only two reactions to this, like and dislike. Like because it would prevent Kuroinu from reaching his goal. This was on the part of the female population and some men. Dislike for the brown-haired boy, since with his appearance he would not be able to enjoy Kuroinu's dream. The latter was on the part of a large part of the men who understood the great dream of the army. The women who came with the chestnut tree received praise from everyone present, while the chestnut tree was also well received, although more so by the women and some men, while the rest of the men cursed it and threw whatever they found on the ground at it. For the chestnut he just moved sideways so that objects could pass by him, or he simply created a barrier with dragon power to avoid further problems. Claudia saw this as a lack of respect to her lord. She was going to punish those responsible, as well as Alice and Chloe. But the brown-haired boy said to follow the path to Celestine. They accepted. They understood what the brown-haired boy wanted. It was to avoid problems. In addition to that, with this he could know that there were people who supported Kuroinu. They were all men. The palace was in the center of the capital. It was a huge white palace. In a certain way it resembled a church. On the way there, the brown-haired boy inside his sphere had a tick in one of his eyes as he heard how she cursed him in every possible way. Not even his meditation would be enough to put up with it. In addition to the insults that were intended for him, there were also some obscene words towards his partners. Like every good dragon, he had to protect his females, so he unleashed a few discharges at those who did so. Thanks to this, he did not have to take out Rui to enlarge it and drop it from the highest point and crush them. Finally, they had arrived at Celestine's palace. They all got down from the carriage, horse, and the chestnut tree on their cloud. Claudia, in a little while, we will go with Celestine-sama, Jin-sama. I hope he introduces himself as the new leader. Issei, of course, is it still necessary? Claudia, of course he is. It's not for nothing that he's the leader of the new Yakumo clan. Issei, even though you decided for me to be the leader, the brown-haired boy said mentally while having a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Alicia, we have to go in. We must talk to Celestine-sama about the current situation with the Kuroinu people. The group nodded. Claudia was leading the group, she being the personal guard of the goddess. At the main door of the palace they were received by a servant who wore a long white cloth as clothing. It reminded the brown one a bit of Rome or Greece. When she saw the dark elves she was scared, but Claudia said that they were not enemies. Thanks to this she calmed down. On the way to where Celestine was, there were no men. There were only women in this castle, something that seemed strange to him. What kind of castle would not have security? The maids guided them outside the goddess's throne. They waited outside for a few moments until the maid came out of the room to tell them they could now enter. At the moment, the large doors of the room opened, revealing a large red carpet that led to a throne. There sat someone, a beautiful blonde elf, her hair reaching almost to her feet, a body to be envied, and well as for clothing just enough to cover her breasts, along with a piece of clothing that went down below her breasts to cover her private parts. Apparently she's not wearing underwear. The princesses bowed, while the brown-haired boy who felt Akane sitting on his shoulders, Olga and Chloe, did not kneel. Princesses, Celestine-sama, they said in unison. Celestine, get up, there's no need for so many formalities. I suppose you've come because of the Kuroinu invading the capital, right? Claudia, exactly, and you will be his next target. With your fall, all the women of this land will fall into Kuroinu's clutches, his personal guard said seriously. Kagaya, it's true, Celestine-sama. We have seen with our own eyes what you are capable of doing just for a little hex, said the Miko with the same calm attitude. Alicia, that's why we have a great ally for this war, she said with a slight smile to her man. Celestine didn't understand the last part that Alice was referring to. Celestine, may I know who that ally is? She asked with some curiosity. Claudia, he is the new leader of the Lentine family, now called the Yakumo clan, Yakumo Jin. He and I will be protecting you, Celestine-sama. Celestine, so Yakumo Jin, I guess he should be the young man who is playing with the little girl, isn't he? She said to look at the brown-haired boy from behind. Her eyes opened to see him. The hairstyle was very similar. No, it was identical. Only he wasn't wearing the clothes she saw in her vision, also the little girl. She thought he was that young man she saw in her vision, the one who was facing Kuroinu alone. The princesses saw that Celestine's face expressed some astonishment when she saw the chestnut. Claudia, Celestine-sama? Celestine, eh? What's wrong, Claudia? She came out of her thoughts. Claudia, she was a little thoughtful. Did she perhaps have a vision? Celestine, yes, but before I tell them, I have to clarify something. Claudia, why don't you introduce young Jean? She asked, receiving a nod from Claudia. Then the chestnut began to show up. Issei, Eto Yakumo Jin, Supreme God, leader of the Yakumo clanet. Just as he finished, he received a pinch from his daughter and her mothers. He saw them and knew what he had to say. Issei, I am the father of Yakumo, Hyoudou, Akane, partner of Olga, Chloe, Alicia, Prim and Kagaya. Again, when he was about to finish, Lulu coughed and sent him a sharp look. Issei, Ha-sai, and I am Lulu's future husband. That's all he said to finish. The aforementioned had slight smiles, especially the lowly. Celestine was a little red. She didn't think it was possible. It was normal to have 2 wives in some families, but to have 6 women as a couple, that was the first time she had seen it, and even more so when 2 of them were enemies. But what intrigued her the most was that she said Supreme God. Celestine, what is this about the Supreme God, young Yakumo? Olga took the floor to speak. Olga, as her name suggests, she is the supreme deity, above everyone. I can even say that of you, Celestine. Celestine, how did you get here? Olga, I invoked him, with a ritual. Celestine, when did you come? Alicia, you could say it's been a week, Celestine-sama. Celestine, I see, that's why I changed from my fall to a possible victory, she said to herself. This left everyone surprised, except for the brown-haired boy who didn't know what he was saying. Maya, what does Celestine-sama mean? Celestine, days later, approximately a week, the vision I saw was our defeat. Not all the women were saved, but it would be better for you to see it for yourself. This left their eyes wide open. Their leader said that they would lose this war. Celestine made the entire room turn white, to show them what she saw days ago. It was only fragments. Fragment 1. The first thing they saw was Chloe, who had been raped by a large group of ogres. The half-elf didn't like to remember that. Her body was beginning to tremble a little, but she felt a hand intertwined with hers. It was the brown-haired boy's, who with his other hand covered his daughter's eyes so she wouldn't see any of it. Hopefully it didn't have sound, otherwise it would be a big problem for the little girl to hear. Fragment 2. The next fragment was from Olga, who took her virginity was not the chestnut, but Vault, who was raped among all humans, to the point of already enjoying it. Olga, seeing this, knew that this is what would have happened if the brown-haired boy had not been present. She looked at the brown-haired boy, who said that she should remain calm, and also asked her to carry Akane and not let her see this. Olga accepted. She would not let her daughter see this. Fragment 3. They changed the scene again. Now it was Alice's, who was in a cell feeling raped by none other than the minister. The blonde saw this with disgust. She wondered if this was supposed to happen from the beginning, but her gaze fell on the brown-haired boy, who looked calm, but his gaze did not. Fragment 4. Now Prim was seen being raped by several mercenaries from all sides as she could. Prim was scared when she saw this. She didn't know this would happen, but it never did. She had decided to belong to the man, body and soul. Fragment 5. Now we change to Kagaya's temple. She could be seen being raped by 2 ogres, one blue and the other red, and Shamuhaze was present waiting to implant the anti-god insect eggs in her. The Miko who saw this felt some fear, but the fear went away to remember the mark that she had on her hand. It meant that she had given her purity to the man of her dreams. Fragment 6. Now we change to Maya, who was tied from the hands up. The aforementioned saw how she was raped by each of the mercenaries present. All of them came inside her, without rest, until the end she was raped by Vault to the point of breaking her. She saw this with horror. She didn't know what to think. Fragment 7. Next was Lulu, who was in front of all the citizens of her city, being raped by ogres and cyclops, her small body being penetrated by the enormous members of those beasts to the breaking point. A Vault could be seen with a big, somewhat crooked, victory smile. Lulu was in shock at how it would end. She stood still. Fragment 8. Now it was Claudia's turn to be in shock. In a dimly lit cell, she could be seen being raped by none other than her ex-father-in-law, a serious lentine, who came again and again inside her. And to top it all off, outside the cell was her late husband, tied up, with 2 guards holding him down, making him watch his wife being raped over and over again. Claudia saw this with horror and fell to her knees. but the brown-haired boy tried to comfort her and calm her down. She got to the point where she couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Issei, enough, he said with a voice that would freeze those present. Issei, we'll wait for Claudia to wake up, I don't want to keep seeing this, he said with great seriousness, while his eyes changed to red and the halo appeared around his head. Celestine opened her eyes. The young man from her vision was in front of her. She felt small in his presence now. Immediately the whole place became the living room again. Celestine, I'm sorry. She apologized with a little stutter. Prim, Celestine-sama, what we saw never happened. How is this possible? Olga, it's true, although you only got it right about Chloe, but the rest never happened, she said, somewhat angry about what they did to her personal guard and friend. Celestine, that's what I'm getting at, but I think we have to wait for Claudia to wake up first. They all decided to wait for the brunette to wake up. They waited for 10 minutes, until she finally woke up. Claudia opened her eyes to see the ceiling of the living room, as well as the brunette's face. She blinked several times to understand her situation. Her head was in the brown-haired boy's lap. She quickly stood up and knelt before the brown-haired boy asking for forgiveness. Claudia, I am so sorry, Jin-sama. Forgive me for my action. Issei, there's no need for you to apologize, you were fainted, so there's no need for you to do that. Claudia didn't say it, but for a moment she liked being like that with the brunette, and besides the fact that she was crouched down, no one noticed her blush. She calmed down to return to what they were talking about. Celestine, well, now that Claudia has woken up, we can continue talking. The fragments you saw were how they ended up being defeated by Kuroinu. Even I ended up like that. It meant that Kuroinu won. But then I saw something from the future again to check if it was true, and what I saw was very different from what I showed you. The blonde elf began to show her most recent vision. The whole place turned white, and then showed that they were on the outskirts of the capital. They saw the great Kuroinu army. It was nothing they had ever seen. But there were two people in front waiting for the great army. They were two brown-haired people, a man and a woman. They all knew who the brown-haired boy was, but they didn't know who that brown-haired boy was, except for Issei, who was surprised to see one of his fiancées. She was none other than Venezuelan. Even though he only saw her back, he knew who she was. Issei, wait. All those present saw the chestnut. Issei, could you tell me how she is in your vision? The brown-haired boy asked the blonde elf. Celestine, I don't know who she is. Olga, Jean, do you know that woman? Issei, maybe it's who I'm thinking of. Celestine, we continue, there is a part where we can see his face. Then they continued watching, until it showed how the brown-haired boy in his Monkey King mode launched himself against the great army. The place turned white to show the next part. The place was filled with the bodies of men, humans and non-humans. In the middle of all those bodies, there were two guys in armor. Seeing them, the brown-haired boy doubted that what Vault used when he went to rescue Maya was a boosted gear. Even Drake, who was watching, was surprised to see a boosted gear in this world. Chloe, where's Jean? She wondered, since she didn't see the brown-haired boy anywhere, only the two armored guys. Celestine, young Yakumo, you wanted to know what the woman looked like, right? Look behind you all. Everyone turned to see that at the entrance of the capital, they were all there, and now they could see the face of the unknown brunette. The brown-haired boy was in shock to see her there. He could only say one thing. Issei, vive Alana? He gave a cry of shock. What the brown-haired boy said attracted the attention of the couples of this world. Olga, do you know that woman? Asking, having an idea that she is one of the 15 members of his harem. Kagaya, is she his wife? Those who didn't know about this, like Alice and Prim, paid a lot of attention to what their man would say, since of the 5 that are marked, those 2 didn't know that he had a harem of 15 beautiful women, and that the number would increase in the future. Issei, of course. What kind of fiancé would he be if he didn't recognize his fiancée? Girls, promised. Celestine, so, she's your fiancée, she said, blushing and playing with her fingers. Issei, that's right, although I wonder how it got here. Olga, maybe I can talk to her to learn more about Jean, she thought. Chloe, she is one of the 15 women who love Jean, said the half-elf. Alicia, pro-fiancé. I can't believe it. she said, alarmed in her mind. Prim, she seems to be a very refined woman. I wonder how well she knows Jin-sama, the little princess said in her mind. Kagaya, if she is like this, what will the others be like? The Mika wondered in her mind. Maya, wow, Jean really has good taste. She seems like a woman from an upper-class family, the redhead said mentally. Lulu, great, another one beats me to it. I need to know how to make Akane call me mom, if I want Jean to be my husband. The lowly complained in her mind. Claudia, she seems to be the same age as me. Does Jean perhaps care about me? What am I thinking? Mentally. Akane, Dad, who is she? Issei, Akane-chan, she's your mom too, hee. Akane, really? Can I meet her? The little girl asked excitedly. Her father ruffles her red hair, making her laugh. Issei, of course you will. Akane, yes, said the little girl happily, having another mother. Celestine, that is the most recent vision, where it seems they did not fall into the hands of Kuroinu. Everyone returned to the room, now they were surprised. Olga, maybe that vision is the change that happened when Jean arrived. I mean, each one of us was supposed to fall before them, but it wasn't like that. Each fragment that we live is what would have happened if Jean never got here. Alicia, that's true, if Jean hadn't been there, Prim and I would probably end up like that. Maya, I agree with what Alicia says. Kagaya, he saw those fragments days ago. That means that with the appearance of Jean, the future had a great change, from our defeat to victory. Lulu, you mean that in a way, just by getting here, Jean changed everything? Celestine, in simple words, yes, it is the only explanation. Issei, now we just have to wait for Kuroinu to come and invade the capital. It will take a while, since he left him with wounds that could hurt anyone, it will take a while to recover. Claudia, then, I will prepare an army for when the time comes. Issei, they'll just tell them to keep watch. I'll take care of those bastards, he said seriously. Chloe, we can help. Issei, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Alicia, why do you want to do it alone? Issei, didn't you see in the fragments what happened to them? He said with a serious tone. There were no answers. Issei, I am angry. Seeing your partner being raped is something I will not sit back and do nothing about. If with my arrival I prevent that, then I myself will protect what is important to me. Everyone in the room was surprised. They were all blushing, even Celestine herself. None were the exception. Those who were marked were happy to be protected in this way by the chestnut tree. The brown-haired boy calmed down. He would save all that anger when the Kuroinu people arrived. Just then the chestnut's stomach starts to growl, breaking the seriousness of the moment. Celestine, they must be hungry after a long journey. How about we eat? It's getting late now, she said with a smile. Claudia, it will be an honor, Celestine-sama. Issei, sure, it will be a pleasure. Alicia, well then, Akane-chan, come with Oka-san, she will feed you, said the blonde with a smile. Despite being proud, you have to be a good mother. Olga, Akane will go with me, let's go, Akane. Chloe, Origa-sama, I respect you as a queen and a friend, but I will feed Akane. Kagaya, either of you, I have hair, after all I'm the one who has feelings for Jean the longest. Prim, of course not, it will be me, since Akane called me mom first before you. I also witnessed how she was born. Prim was not going to be left behind, but since she met the brown-haired boy, she was able to have more courage, and more so if it is for her daughter. The brown-haired boy watched this with a drop of sweat as Akane bit his head. It didn't hurt, she had great stamina. Drake, apparently you are not the only one who accepted it as if it were his daughter, the red dragon spoke in the mind of its bearer. Issei, it's a good thing, isn't it? Uncle Drake, he mocked the tenant dragon. Drake, haha, whatever you say, I'll introduce myself when we get back. Issei, and when will you get a partner? Drake's sad face, I won't get any, and that's it. Issei, yeah? Why, can't the great red dragon get a partner, haha, he mocked again. Drake, of course not, idiot. I will only love a female dragon, until the end of time. Issei, who is the lucky or unlucky one? Drake, haha, how funny, but her name is Grandine, the sky dragon. She disappeared a long time ago, but I know that one day I will see her again. Issei, what is she like? Drake, she is a great dragon, strong, proud, good heart, and thanks to her I know other things that are not just fighting. Oh, they are already calling you for dinner. That's how it was, they were calling the brown-haired boy to dinner. He left his conversation with Drake to go eat. During the course of dinner, it was quiet, although Celestine seemed very happy. The chestnut was feeding little Akane, while Prim was next to the little girl, while the others were sitting near the chestnut and Akane. Issei nobility. The chestnut nobility were again in another world looking for some trace of the chestnut. Now they were in another dimension, looking for the chestnut. Ross, Ophis, are you sure we're not in the same dimension as a moment ago? The Valkyrie asked, noticing the same constructions. Ravel, now that you mention it, it's true, we are back in the same dimension as a while ago. Griselda, I say the same, although Issei's presence is felt, although very little, but it seems to be more than one object, so we better keep searching. Kanu, that's true, although I'm surprised that they rebuilt that same place, but now it's much bigger. Kuroka, how do you know it's the same Naya? Kunu, well, from the banner that's hanging, it has the same logo. I don't know if it's a bird or a fairy. Leifi, that's true, maybe time flows differently in this dimension than in others. Ophis, it's that I feel Ise's presence here, although it is very weak. His aura is not that weak, it is very strong, it does not compare to anything to this presence. I suppose we will have to return to the breach to feel his presence better. They returned again to the dimensional gap. If they had waited a little longer, they would have discovered the origin of that presence similar to that of the chestnut. A little far from that castle with a somewhat strange logo, two people were coming towards that place. One was a woman and the other was an old man. The woman had long white hair, the hair on her forehead was tied up like a lock, she was wearing a red dress. The old man was short and wore somewhat strange clothes, and looked like an elf at one point. Girl, Hasai, again the rumors were false, he was just a magician from a dark guild who used a fire glove, she said, somewhat disappointed. Old man, come on Lukshan, don't be discouraged, maybe one day that young man will appear again, said the old man, trying to cheer up the girl. Look, master, I haven't heard anything from him for 8 years, only rumors, and it turns out that they were all false, said the girl, now identified as Mira. Master, I already asked the rest of the guilds for help. They will notify me about anyone who has the name Yakumo Jin. Although you surprise me, he is the reason why you reject any man who asks you out, Look, Buell. It's just that he helped me master a little of my takeover magic, and he was the one who protected us from me, Lise Sana and Elfman, when we were little and before entering fairy tales, she said with a slight blush and touching a bracelet on her right hand, red with some green stones. Mira, Jean, where are you? I miss you, he said in his mind. Look, thank you, Master Makarov. Happy. Makarov, hi, now let's get back to the guild as quickly as possible. I don't want to pay for the damage the boys cause, Yostia, Celestine's palace. It was already night, the dark sky clear of clouds, the full moon with all its brightness. On a balcony of the castle was the chestnut tree leaning against the moon. He was actually thinking about what he had seen of what Celestine had shown him, the fragments of the girls and the recent vision of her. He felt miserable seeing how each one was great, but he knew that he avoided that. Well, what happened with Chloe didn't arrive in time. Now he was thinking about when Kuroina would attack the capital. The territory where he was would no longer attack, he was sure of that. He knew that if Celestine fell, he would lose everything. A voice came out of his thoughts. Jean. The brown-haired boy turned around to see who had called him, and it was Maya. Issei, Maya? What are you doing awake? You shouldn't be asleep. Maya, that's what I should say to you. The moon is bright, don't you think? She asked, looking at the moon, but her gaze said something else. Issei, you're still thinking about the vault thing, aren't you? The redhead lowered her head, making a sad face. Issei, sigh, do you know something? Serene smile. Maya looked up at the brown-haired boy. Issei, you are a wonderful woman, even though it bothers me to say it, but Vault is lucky to have you. I even felt a little envious, but he doesn't know what he has, and I doubt that what he feels for you is true. You are an incredible woman. Despite that angry attitude you have, you are beautiful, gentle. I know because I saw how you played with Akane smiling. Maya, you shouldn't say such a thing about me, if you don't know that I was a former member of Kuroina, said the fallen woman. Issei, maybe you were one of them, but you still wanted to fight them, because you know what you're doing is right. Even though your feelings for Vault cloud your judgment, you were able to make a decision to fight them. Maya, but Vault would be the only one who would accept me as I am. Issei, of course not. Maya looked into the brown-haired boy's eyes. They somehow shone with great intensity. Issei, don't feel as low as he says you are. You are a great person, intelligent, kind, beautiful. You even fight to protect what is right, and much more. You are worth much more. Don't underestimate yourself. Many men would fall before you. You are in every right to demand what kind of man is yours, Maya, said the brown-haired man with a big smile. Maya clung to the brown-haired boy tightly, as if her life depended on it. Her hands clung tighter to the brown-haired boy's back. She hid her face in his chest. The brown-haired boy was surprised but reciprocated the hug. Maya, thank you, she said, still hiding her face in the brown-haired boy's chest. Little by little she stopped hiding her face to show it. She raised her gaze, showing that she was crying, but accompanied by a big smile. Maya, thanks Jean. Issei, you don't have to thank me. I did it because I love your smile. Smiling. Maya blushed upon hearing that but continued smiling. Maya, Edo, could we be like this for a little longer? Asked the girl, who was still hugged by the brown-haired boy, and vice versa. Issei, as sure. Maya, now I understand how the girls fell in love with him. He really is warm, she said in her mind as she felt the brown-haired boy's arms hug her. A little further into the balcony was a certain brunette looking on with a smile. Claudia, sad face, he really knows how to make a woman feel important, she said mentally. Day after. There was still no sign of Kuroinu. The brown-haired boy thought that maybe he had not yet recovered from his injuries, or that he was gathering more members, offering them some hex in exchange. It was a quiet day, of course, except for the complaints of the citizens about how no man should be inside the palace, and also because they said that the brown-haired boy was one of the Kuroinu who was an infiltrator. This angered her girls, who did not view these men favorably. Not to mention that the chestnut tree could not get out through the door without several stones being thrown at it. So he decided to go out through a window or balcony with his cloud to see the surroundings. Well, it was a quiet day in a world like this. World of heroes. It had been 5 hours since the brown-haired boy was absorbed by the portal. Azazel and Ajuka were still trying to make the portal work. He couldn't stop. If he did, a certain cadre would make sure that they could never be called men again. Penemu, how much longer? Asks. Like the other members of the harem, she hoped the portal would work. Seraphal, I want my Issei-chan back, said the Mao Leviathan with a pout. Gabriel, I will pray for your well-being. Sona Nesama, calm down, we will bring him back soon. Graphia, I wonder how the others in the breach are doing with their search? Venelana, it's true, have they already found Issei-kun? Tsubaki, it's very big, it might take a little longer. Yasaka, we can only wait. Lilith, I want Issei and I. Azazel, it works, said the fallen one. Everyone turned to see that the portal was starting to work. Penemu, look for Issei. Now. Azazel took control, to search for the last record of the world that the portal made. He had found it. He continued to put the coordinates. Azazel, ready. The machine began to create a heavy portal where the chestnut was. What they saw through the portal was that the brown-haired man in his Monkey King mode, facing a large army of humans, ogres, goblins, among other non-human species. It was a large number, much larger than when they fought against Rise of him. Azazel, good. Now he couldn't finish speaking since someone had entered through the portal, quickly causing it to start to disappear. Azazel quickly turned off the machine. Graphia, Venelana-sama. The Baal had crossed the portal before anyone could react. Penemu, Azazel, can I know what happened? Ajuka, maybe because the portal was not stable yet. I mean, we could see, but there was a little more time left before we could cross it. Venelana was able to reach the other side with Issei-kun when she crossed it, but since the portal was not stable yet, it began to disappear. They all thought that she would end up in another world, but they stopped worrying when they knew that she arrived safely next to the brown-haired boy. Hyoudou. A week had passed since the chestnut and the princesses along with the dark elves arrived in the capital, and he stayed in Celestine's palace. During that period of time, the brown-haired boy advanced with his relationship with Olga, Chloe, Alicia, Prim, and Kagaya. Maya, who was now the brunette's partner, after what he said knew that she could find someone who would truly love her, and that in a certain way she had fallen in love with the brunette, to the point of marking her. Yes, it was sudden, but it happened. Now Akane called her mom. She liked this change. She could finally leave her feelings for Volt. Lulu was now more attached to the brown-haired girl. She decided that she should first get to know her future husband better. And so it was. Now it was no longer just about procreation. There was also feeling. Now all that was missing was to be marked so that Akane would call her mom. Claudia, whose feelings for the brown-haired boy were slowly blossoming within her, still doubted whether to confess or not. Finally there was Celestine, who, thanks to the fact that all the princesses were present, she felt happy. Since the entire castle was only her and the maids, she felt alone. But since the group arrived, she no longer felt alone. Now she could laugh. She even talked to Olga and Chloe. She discovered that they were not all bad. Also, in a certain way, when she looked at the brown-haired boy, she blushed. The nuns, well, they left the palace to spread the word of the supreme god. What was surprising was that they managed to get a few followers, including women and some men. At the moment, it was already night. The brown-haired boy was once again on the balcony looking at the moon. Everyone had already gone to sleep. It had been a week without any trace of Kuroinu. But he knew he would come. His ocular ability allowed him to see from afar. At a great distance, he could see that the cities he had been to were not under attack. A voice took him out of his thoughts. Celestine, young Jean? The brown-haired boy turned to see the blonde elf. Issei, Celestine-sama? Celestine. Just call me Celestine, okay, young Jean? Issei, sure, and you can just call me Jean, okay? He said with a smile that made the elf blush. Celestine, of course, Jean blushes. Issei, and what are you doing up so late? Celestine, well, just like you, I wanted to see the moon, it's beautiful, don't you think? Issei, it is. Celestine, thank you? Issei, why the thanks? Celestine, well. It's just that before you guys came, I was always alone. I couldn't talk freely with the maids because they saw me as superior, even when I met with the princesses, but when you came to this palace with the princesses, everything changed. Now I could talk to them freely. Maybe those changes were due to you. Now I know what it feels like to have friends. And it's all thanks to you, said the elf happily with some tears. Issei, so you've never had a friend? Celestian wiped away the tears. Celestine, no, since they knew that I was the reincarnation of the white goddess, they have educated me to be the governor of Hyoudou. I never had time for any of that. I spent years studying, and when I finished I had to assume my place as the ruler of Hyoudou. She said something sad. It was then that she felt how she caressed her head. Issei, now you have many friends. Maybe in the past you didn't have the opportunity to do that, but now it's different. You can have friends and much more. No one can stop you, and if there's someone who stops you, I'll take care of him, said the brown-haired boy sweetly. This made Celestine laugh slightly. Issei, what's so funny? Celestine, it's just that no one had ever told me something like that, smiling Jean. Can I ask you something? Issei, sure, I'll do what I can. Celestine, well, it's just that I always wanted to get as close to the moon as possible. Not even the best wizards can do it. Maybe you can. Do you think you can help me with that? She asked timidly. The brown-haired boy smiled at such a request. Celestine could be hundreds of years old, but in a way she was still a child. The chestnut tree went up to the balcony to call his cloud. He climbed up on it, and then he held out his hand to Celestine so that she could come up. Issei, come on, I'll do my best to get you closer to the moon, smiling. Celestine took the chestnut's hand to climb onto the cloud. She felt a little scared, so she clung to the chestnut. Issei, calm down, I won't hold you back from falling. With one of his arms he surrounded the elf's waist, thus continuing to rise towards the sky. Celestine was surprised to see the capital from this angle, and she was also overwhelmed to feel him take her waist by the chestnut. She looked at the brown-haired boy, watching how the gentle breezes were slightly ruffling his hair, and she could also see how he was going over the clouds. Now he was above the clouds, the cloud that they both were above the clouds. Issei, this is the closest I can get you to seeing the moon. It's for your safety, so what do you think of the view? Celestine was amazed by the sight. It was something she would never see in her life. The stars shone clearly, the moon looked much bigger, and it was brighter. Her eyes sparkled, and she had an expression like a little girl in a toy store or candy store. Celestine, it's wonderful, Jean, she said sweetly. Issei, I'm glad. The chestnut tree expanded its clouds so that they could both sit and gaze at the stars. Celestine, it really is beautiful to see the stars from this place. Issei, you can say that again, he. After a while they returned to the palace. Celestine returned with a big smile. They both had to rest. Celestine, thank you very much, Jean. Issei, it's nothing. He didn't finish saying since he was silenced by the lips of the reincarnation of the goddess. It was a kiss to the clumsy one. Celestine only joined her lips with the brown-haired one's. She had her eyes closed, while the brown-haired one had them like plates. The blonde parted her brown hair, showing a big blush. Celestine, it's my way of thanking you for what happened a while ago. Good night, Jean, she said to say goodbye to the brown-haired boy and go back to her room. She touched her lips with her hand. She had a big blush. A slight smile appeared on her lips. Celestine, could it be that I've fallen in love? She said mentally. The brown-haired boy was in shock, while his resident dragon was laughing at his host. The night continued its course, not knowing that tomorrow would be the great battle that would decide the destiny of Eostia, or rather, its women. Day after. Another new day arrived, but today would happen what everyone expected, the day that would determine the course of that. It was afternoon. Everyone in the castle was talking pleasantly when some guards entered panting, giving some news. Guard 1, Celestine-sama. We managed to see the great Kuroino army approaching the capital, he said, panting. Guard 2, we estimate that there are approximately 100,000, or perhaps more when we see it, and it is accompanied by dragons, said another guard, panting. This left the princesses and elves in shock. A large army was coming to them, and for greater advantages for them and disadvantages for them, they came with dragons. Celestine, get the citizens to safety now. He gave the order, and they immediately went to them. Claudia, Jean! Issei, you don't need to say it, Claudia. The time has finally come to end all this, said the brown-haired boy with a slight smile. It was time to unleash all his anger. Issei, Claudia, Alicia, Maya, Lulu, Olga and Chloe protect Celestine, Prim, Kagaya and Akane. And tell the knights to warn the citizens, and then they can get to safety. Claudia, you can count on that, Jean. And good luck. The chestnut gave a thumbs up. Akane, come back soon, Daddy, exclaimed her daughter happily. Kagaya, come back as soon as possible, Jean-sama. Prim, we will take care of Akane. Olga, try to kill those bastards. Chloe, go, Jean, I'll take care of our daughter. Alice, finish it. Maya, go get them, Tiger. Lulu, I hope you come back soon, my husband, he. Claudia, come back. I have something to tell you. Celestine, Jean, the fate of Eostia is in your hands. Issei, don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll come back as soon as I can. The chestnut left the place through a magic circle. The girls immediately did as the brown-haired boy had told them. Entrance to the capital. At the grand entrance of the capital, the chestnut tree appeared through the magic circle. He was calm and closed his eyes to wait for it to arrive. Far from the Kuroino army and the capital, a portal opened, letting out Rizavim and his assistant Euclid. Rizavim, I'll see how he does with his plan for a Highschool nation, he. Then with a little demonic power he could see from afar the great army invading the capital. He smiled victoriously. But that smile quickly disappeared when he saw that at the entrance of the capital was a certain chestnut who put him in prison. Rise of him, Yakumo, he said with anger and venom. Euclid, so he is Yakumo Jean. He doesn't seem to be very strong. Tathagata, don't let him fool you. He is so strong that not even that biblical god along with the holy and Deegan gods can defeat him. Rise of him, so Vault is. Tathagata, lost, I suggest we get out of here before he detects us. It would be a big problem for your current power. Rise of him, so what do you want me to do? Tathagata, I will train you, I will lend you my power when you are ready. For now you just need to prevent Vault from giving you away. Rise of him, well, that last part, he won't say it. On the booster gear I put a seal that will kill him the instant he says the first words of my name. Tathagata, if that's all, come in, you'll have a hard training. The two demons obeyed the order and entered the portal to disappear. If they had stayed a little longer they would have found out Wukong Jin's other identity. With Issei. At this moment I was still waiting for the great army to arrive. They were almost 50 meters from the capital. I wait a little longer, to be face to face with the great Kuroina army. Now he was face to face. The chestnut was in front of the great army. There were all kinds, but they were all men. Chapter 20. The End of Kuroina Part 2, Jin vs. Vault. Jin, Issei, what were you saying about your great army? He said with great seriousness, getting up from the pile of bodies. Vault didn't say anything, he just sharpened his gaze on the brown-haired boy. Vault, tell me, how do you feel? Was what he asked. The brown-haired boy raised an eyebrow in confusion, but without losing his serious expression. Vault, how do you feel about having killed so many people? Doesn't a deity kill? He said with a smile, trying to hide his nervousness. Jin, to tell the truth, he took a breath to say his answer. No, I don't feel remorse for having taken their lives. It's something I saw coming, he said with a serious expression. The brown-haired boy did not feel that there was a mistake. None of the lifeless bodies made him feel sorry or anything. The only regret in his being is not having been able to protect the master on his journey to the west with his two companions, and eating his own master to have enough strength to avenge them for the betrayal of the previous supreme god. Vault, so you don't feel guilty, huh? Hee hee. The brown-haired boy didn't say anything, he just continued looking at the man. I was actually waiting for him to come out with that fake copy and to destroy him once and for all along with that damn arrogance. Mom! A voice broke all the silence of the place. The brown-haired boy knew very well who it was, but he was surprised that she was here. On the part of Venezuela, she turned to see who said that. When she turned, she could see a little redhead with dragon characteristics flying towards her. Akane, Mom! She said, hugging Venelana. Venelana, huh, Mom? Right behind came the rest of the girls following the little one. Girls, Akane! They all shouted. Venelana, who are you? Prim, you must be one of Jin-sama's first children, right? Kagaya, Akane, you shouldn't fly away like that. We were worried about you, the Miko said to her daughter. Akane, I'm sorry, I just wanted to see my new mom, said the little girl, starting to cry in Venelana's arms. Alicia, don't cry, Akane. You just left so suddenly that you scared us, she said with a motherly smile to her daughter, who stopped crying. Olga, nice to meet you, Venezuelan. It's a pleasure to finally meet one of the 15 women of Jin. Maya, Jin has a lot to explain to us. Lulu, you knew that? Olga, sure, Jin told us. Claudia, us? Celestine, do any of you know other than Olga? Chloe and Kagaya raised their hands. This surprised everyone. Venelana, wait, do you know Issei-kun? Girls, Yostia Issei-kun? They all said in unison without knowing what the Baal was talking about. Venelana, Sai. First we have to wait for Jin-kun to finish this. He owes me a lot of explanations. The last part, she said with a twitch of her eyebrow. Seeing that a large part of them gave off the essence of the chestnut, it only meant one thing. But his answers would be answered later. Now he had to see what would happen between the chestnut and Vault. Returning to the two of them, the brown-haired boy put Rui away, disappearing from Vault's sight to appear with his back to the girls. The chestnut tree had returned to the place where it stopped before finishing off the great army. Jin, well? You won't use it? Seriously. Vault knew what he meant. He smiled at that style of his left hand, his ultimate weapon, the one that was capable of killing the gods. Vault, you shouldn't have said that. I don't care that you are a god, this will end your damn life. Look at the boosted gear. he said with great arrogance as well as his smile. The dark gauntlet of red gems materialized in his left hand. One could feel that his power had increased. Venelana opened her eyes when she saw that gauntlet. She didn't know how she had won, she knew it was fake, but her doubt was how she got it. Besides, its power was too great to be a copy. The chestnut thought the same. Despite being a copy, it could be compared to the original. About the power of Vault's boosted gear, being one made with previous data from one that Euclid and Rysavim had made, its power can be matched to the original, of course to the version from 7 years ago. The brown-haired boy watched very carefully. He put on his Monkey King mode. Now he was alone with the halo and red eyes. The Eostia girls did not understand why the brown-haired boy had removed his suit. He did not know what he would do. Olga, Jean! What are you doing? She didn't finish speaking because Venelana had stopped her. Venelana, trust him, he knows what he's doing, said the Bale calmly as she passed Akane into Prim's arms. Kagaya, didn't you hear what he said? That glove can kill even the gods, she said worried. Chloe, are you worried? Angry. The Bale gave a sigh before speaking. Venelana, of course I'm worried, even though that guy doesn't represent a threat to him at all. Since his wife trusted him, I know he won't lose to a copy. I know he has many doubts, but they will be answered after this battle, she said without taking her eyes off the brown-haired man. The girls couldn't do anything, they just had to trust the brown-haired boy. But another doubt arose in their minds. What did he mean by copy? World of Heroes. In Azazel's laboratory, he and Ajuka were trying to get the machine to work again, since it stopped working again when Venelana crossed to the other side of the portal when it was not yet completely stabilized. Azazel, it doesn't make sense. We've already replaced all the parts. I can't find the reason why it doesn't work, the system is intact. Ajuka, something must be interfering with us being able to stop the machine from working. Graphia, what will we do? First Issei-sama and now Venelana-sama. Now all that's left is for Ophis-sama to find them both, said the Lucifuge worriedly. Gabriel, calm down Graphia-san, Venelana is with Issei, no one will touch her hair. Penemu, it's true, unless he wants to die he will try to get closer to Venelana. Seraphol, that's right, Issei-chan will break all the bones of anyone who gets close to her. Sona, for now we can only wait for Azazel and Ajuka-sama to make the machine work along with the search that the others are doing in the dimensional gap. Yasaka, that's true, although don't you feel like we'll be in for a big surprise when Issei returns? Tsubaki, now that you mention it, Yasaka-sama, I feel the same way too. Gabriel/Penemu, how curious, I feel the same way too. Sona/Seraphol, us too. Graphia, I feel the same way. The girls in the lab again felt that feeling of surprise. This was the same for the chestnut pieces. Eostia. Vault had materialized the boosted gear. He felt the power it gave him. This gave him back the confidence to face the brown-haired boy, who didn't even flinch, but Vault didn't care. Vault, you removed that suit and that staff, because you knew I had this, didn't you? He said maliciously. He received no response. Vault, if you asked me to get on my knees, maybe I'll let you see how I grape those boars, especially her, he said, pointing to Venezuelan. The brown-haired boy's gaze sharpened so much that everyone around him could feel the pressure released by the brown-haired boy. Jean, use the balance breaker was the only thing he said. Vault, oh, so you know about this, you still want to face me? Ha ha ha, fine, if that's what you want then I'll show you, balance breaker. His body was covered in armor like the brown one, but black, the gems and yellow part were red. The power that was felt would have easily defeated Kobabil. It's a shame that the one in front of him wasn't him. Vault, well? Do you still want to fight? He asked arrogantly inside the armor. Jean, show me what you got, scum, he said, getting into a fighting stance. Vault didn't hesitate twice and launched himself towards the chestnut, thanks to the wings granted by the armor. Jean kicked him, but when he was in front of him, he managed to dodge it, letting the brown-haired boy's kick hit the air. Vault, very slow. He quickly got behind the brown-haired boy to kick him in the back, sending the brown-haired boy flying a few meters. The chestnut recovered and skidded a few meters to stop, just as Vault had arrived upon him. Vault, surprise! Vault brought his fists together to strike with his axe, causing the brunette to dig into the ground. He then grabbed his face and began to bury it deeper. Then he dragged him, breaking the ground in the process, deposed him and lifted him up, without releasing his grip on the chestnut's face. Vault, where is the power from a few moments ago? Are you tired already? Why do I ask you if you're not going to tell me anything, ha ha ha? He threw the chestnut tree into the air to give it quick blows, the last one using so much force that he sent it flying until its body stuck in the ground, causing a crater 10 meters in diameter. Vault then crashed into the chestnut tree, causing the crater to expand further, and at the same time burying the chestnut tree deeper. This impact created a large curtain of dust and a few rocks flew out. The Ostia girls saw this worried. They did not understand why Vault was letting her win. They were going to say something, but Venelana told them that if they had any questions after the battle, they had no choice but to do so. On the part of Venezuela, she also did not understand why he had not yet counterattacked, but she trusted in what the brown-haired boy was doing. Prim hugged Akane tightly in her arms, while the little girl felt one of her mothers hug her tightly. Akane, Mom? Will Dad be okay? I asked Prim. The aforementioned smiled at him. Prim, Dad will be fine, he won't lose to anyone, she said, smiling at her daughter. Kali, don't worry, Akane, Dad will defeat the bad guy, right, Origasama? Olga, certainly, we just have to wait, Jean will not lose, most likely he is analyzing it. The rest listened to what Olga said, and in a way it made sense. The brown-haired boy had shown great power in the fights they had witnessed. He came out unharmed. There must be a reason why he was letting himself have the advantage. With that idea in their minds, they were a little relieved, but they were still worried about the condition of the chestnut tree. Back in the great curtain of dust, it has finally cleared, revealing Vault holding the brunette with his clothes a little removed by the neck with his left arm. Vault, see how I grape each one of them in the afterlife, Yukumo. He threw the brown-haired boy into the air to hit him with an attack that would end his life, or so Vault thought. Vault, die! Dark shoot! He created an energy sphere in his left arm. It was black surrounded by red. A large ray of dark energy headed at high speed towards the chestnut tree that was still in the air. The chestnut sighed before finally counterattacking. He had already seen what it had to do with that fake copy. Just a few centimeters before the lightning struck the chestnut, in a quick movement, with a single kick he returned the attack to its owner. The Vault shot was returned to him at high speed, but he was able to dodge it by moving to the side, narrowly missing his own attack. The shot hit the ground, creating an explosion. The brown-haired boy finally fell to the ground on his feet, in front of the girls. Vault, it seems that you still have the strength to continue, after all the blows I gave you. Jean, I have more than enough to beat you. Vault, I see you're still just as arrogant even though I'm far superior to you now. Jean, do you really think you're superior to me? Vault, I wiped the floor with you, literally, you couldn't even land a hit on me, it seems my hits made you stupid, lol. Jean, really? Then let this idiot you're talking about show you what he's capable of from now on, seriously. The brown-haired boy's left arm began to glow, revealing the original boosted gear. This left the apprentices in shock except for Venelana. Maya, that's it. Alice, it can't be. Lulu, it's the same gauntlet that Vault has. Claudia, even though its color is different, it is definitely the same. Celestine, are there two? They said in shock, but were answered by a single Venezuelan response. Venelana, now you know why I said copy of the subject. These were the simple words that answered the doubt of those two gauntlets. Olga, are you saying that Jin's is the real one? Venelana, that's right, that was the only thing the Bale said. Chloe, finally the bastard will pay for everything he's done. Back with the brown-haired boy, he had taken out the Real boosted gear. Vault was in shock to see that someone else had that glove. Vault, damn it! Where did you get it? He asked furiously. Jean, I'm the one who should ask you, where did you get it, answer me. Vault, yours must be just a damn copy, it's not as strong as the real thing, he said, raising his left arm with superiority. Drake, It's time to show who the damn copy is once and for all, partner. The dragon roared inside the gauntlet. This left everyone surprised, except for Venezuelan, who knew who it was. Celestine, did the glove that Jean has speak? She asked with an expression of astonishment. Kagaya, it seems so, but how is it possible? She had the same expression as Celestine. Vault, is that voice coming from that damn copy? Drake, listen to me carefully, scum, you are in front of the original, your mere copy will be reduced to pieces. He roared furiously. Jean, I couldn't have said it better myself whenever you want DDRAG. Drake, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The glove roared as the gem on his hand glowed brightly green. Pieces of armor began to adhere to the chestnut's body, and after a moment it was already on. A red armor that shone brightly, green gems on it, yellow spikes, giving it the appearance of being a dragon. The girls were more than surprised, they could feel the pressure emanating from the armor. The vision of the black and red armored subjects had resolved. It was Jean against Vault all this time. I thought the suit was his only status, but now he had armor, not just any armor, but one that was capable of killing deities. Vault couldn't believe what he was seeing. The brown-haired boy had just taken out a glove just like his and now a suit of armor. He growled with fury, but smiled when he remembered that he could access a higher level. Vault, oh, so your copy can do that too. Better this way, I'll show you that. He didn't finish because he saw the brown-haired boy surrounded by a green aura with purple rays. Around the chestnut tree, the stones rose up from the power that emanated from it. Jean, let's finish this once and for all. He roared with great fury. His thrusters released a large amount of green particles, causing him to appear in front of Vault in a moment, giving him a hook-type blow to the stomach that sent him to a great height above him. Vault, bwag! He was again shot into the air where Vault was. Where Chestnut had been standing before, after hitting Vault, the ground had cracked violently. Already in the air, he gave him an axe kick that sent him crashing to the ground, but Vault quickly got out of it to launch himself against the brown-haired man in an attempt to give him a powerful blow. Jean did not stay still. With his right fist he intercepted the Vault fist. Both fists collided, creating a powerful whirlwind. The Chestnut, for his part, had used more force in the blow. Vault felt like his fist had hit the hardest metal. Despite wearing armor, he could feel like some bones in his hand were broken. Crack! A sound of something breaking was heard. It came from Vault's armor, to be more specific, in the fist that collided with the brown-haired man's. Vault, but what the hell? Hi! In a moment of distraction, when he saw that part of his armor crack, less than a second was what it took for the brown-haired boy to hit the red gem on his chest, causing him tremendous pain. Vault was sent crashing to the ground several times by the blow, his armor having been destroyed by the blow. With difficulty he was able to stop, skidding a few meters. Vault, damn, I underestimated him. I think I should use him now. The brown-haired man appeared in front of him. His armor had no scratches, it looked like new. Jean, now you see who the copy is. Vault, grrrr, shut up, you bastard. I still have one state that I haven't shown you, and with that I will destroy you. Vault put his binding back on, to say a chant that he knew very well. N.A. I don't remember the chant to enter Juggernaut, so I apologize to the readers. Vault, Juggernaut drive. Vault was surrounded by a dark aura all around his being. His body was changing shape, his arms grew larger, claws appeared on them. The same thing happened to his legs, his neck was getting a little longer, the helmet had taken the shape of a dragon's head. It was no longer a helmet, it was his face. On his back his dragon wings grew larger. N.A. Imagine that the armor is black and its gems and eyes are red. Vault, ROERRGGCHHH. He gave a loud roar after finishing entering Juggernaut. Vault, with this power I will be invincible, now I will kill you. I release a large blow, but the brown-haired boy doesn't even flinch. Vault gave him a powerful blow, but to his surprise the brunette stopped it with his palm. Jean, I didn't expect you to be able to enter this state. To see a copy, it is really well done. The brown-haired boy removed his helmet to show his face. Jean, I'll ask you again, where did you get it? He asked. Vault, first dead, He hit him again, but the result was the same. Jin, limit removal X7. With 2 fingers he hits certain pressure points on his head. As its name suggests, it removes the limits that your body established. This technique consists of a multiplier. Both speed and strength are increased considerably depending on the number to which you want to multiply your physical power. The last time the brown-haired boy used it, the multiplier was x250000. It is possible that now it may be a little higher. And for those who didn't understand, it's like a Kaioken with the same side effects. The brown-haired man hit him again in the stomach, causing him to fly out. He quickly disappeared, only to appear behind Vault to kick him. Vault went from one side to the other as if he were a ping-pong ball. Since Jin moved at such great speed that those present could see him, he only saw how Vault went from one side to another. Olga, what is Vault doing? Chloe, Jin disappeared? Venelana, no, he is hitting him so fast that he seems to have disappeared. Claudia, is it possible to be so fast? Alice, can you see it? Venelana shook her head. Venelana, I can't see it. Jin can move at high speed, maybe he can do it faster than that. Girls, Iostia even faster? They asked, impressed. Returning to the fight, Jin had the advantage, if not all, until he sent Vault to the ground, which is when he finished applying the effects of limit removal. Vault got up with difficulty. There were cracks all over his body. Even with the regeneration that the armor granted, it was difficult for him. Vault's sad face, damn. I couldn't even confront him with this. He complained in his mind. At last he had fully risen just in time to receive another attack from the brown-haired boy. Yakumo Shin, Mori Hui, original, complete gift package. It consists of giving hundreds of combined blows with all the fist and kick techniques at high speed. This technique is originally from his clone, which combined all the techniques he knew. After dying, this technique was transferred to Jin. Yakumo Shin is Mori Hui, as mentioned in the manhwa. Her name is different, but in a way her pronunciation is almost the same. Since I couldn't find those chapters in Japanese, I had to make up a name that sounded almost the same as Jin. He was throwing hundreds of punches and kicks at the same time. Vault couldn't even defend himself from how fast he was. His armor was falling to pieces. The last blow completely destroyed all of Juggernaut's armor, revealing Vault without his armor. The brown-haired boy had him grabbed by the collar of his clothes, dragged him until he reached the spectators. There he threw him in front of them. Of course, if he was up to something he would immediately send him far away. Jin, brown-haired boy, didn't say anything. He just threw Vault's wounded body near her. Vault was still conscious, but his body was having trouble moving. I look up, the hateful looks from Olga, Chloe, Alicia, Maya, Lulu and Claudia, although Celestine, Prim and Kagaya were more than those who had combat skills protecting Akane. Vault, in a last attempt to save himself, spoke to Maya. Vault, Maya, my. Love. Help me please, I love you, he said with some difficulty to the short-haired redhead. When the hatred towards him could not increase any more, he was wrong. The girls sharpened their gazes. Maya bent down a little to give her answer. The rest did not know what the aforementioned would say, since she felt a great affection for that man. Vault, Maya, he said, accompanied by a slight smile, but in reality it was to gain some time. Maya, Vault, they all looked at her to see what response she would say, while the brown-haired boy did not take his eyes off the man. Maya, I really appreciate you saying that. But I know very well that it is false. You only saw me as a slut. One thing I am grateful for is that with your idea of conquering Iostia, I was able to meet someone who cares about me, protects me, is kind. He is Jin. I am not the only one who thanks you for making me meet Jin, she said calmly. A weight had been lifted from her along with her past. Then the rest also decided to speak. Olga, I hate you with all my being, for having destroyed my village, for what you have done to Chloe, but as Maya said, in a way I thank you for having made me meet Jin. Chloe, Origa-sama, I agree with you, that's the only thing I'm grateful for. Alicia, you're the scum, but me and Prim thank you, her cousin nodded at what the blonde said. Kagaya, I always wanted to meet Jin since I heard his story. With your invasion you made Olga Dano manage to bring Jin, said Demiko calmly. Lulu, thanks to you I found the man with whom I will procreate my race. Not only that, you brought the man of my life, said the hobbit. Claudia, thank you was the only thing the woman said with a slight blush. She still didn't know if it was the time to say what she felt or not. Her husband died not long ago. Celestine, it's the only thing I'm grateful for, said the blonde elf, accompanied by a blush that was still debating whether it was right or not. Venelana, who saw this with astonishment, with only a few hours of the chestnut having disappeared, had won the hearts of these 9 girls, adding that she already has a daughter. What she did not know was that it was not hours, but days. One could say that soon it will be 3 weeks. I would have plenty of time with the rest to question the brown-haired boy about this peacefully. They all moved away from Vault. They already said what they had to say to the man. He began to laugh like crazy. Vault, ha 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 ha. I really appreciate it. You gave me more than enough time to give my last attack, he said, getting up. He took balance, took out his wings to distance himself from the women and the brown-haired boy, thus entering his juggernaut state. Vault, if I can't grape them now, I'll grape them in hell, Dark Smasher. In his chest he began to accumulate large amounts of power quickly, from which a great torrent of dark-colored energy with red towards the women and brown came out. With this he was able to completely destroy the capital. Vault thought this attack would end everything. A few less women was nothing, although it was a shame not to be able to enjoy them, but the rest of that still existed. But that would not happen, and never. The brown-haired boy stood in front of the girls. To counteract the attack, with his fist he charged a small but powerful sphere at the moment of releasing it. Jean, Dragon Shoot X10. He fired one of his main attacks at the beginning of his career as the Sekiryuutei. The brown-haired boy fired a large blast of crimson power to collide with the Vault boy. Both attacks collided. It was even, that was what Vault thought. Jean, it's over. After saying that, the brown-haired boy's shot completely consumed the Vault's, and in the process himself. Vault, Nua Igaghi. He was consumed by the brown-haired dragon shot until there were no ashes or memory of him left. Along with some bodies that were part of his army, he went with him. What no one saw was that during the moment that Vault was consumed by the brown-haired boy's attack, a small dark sphere came out of the copy of the boosted gear, and disappeared, turning into particles. After a while after the shooting ended, where Vault was located there were no traces of him, not even part of his armor, clothes, nothing. It was as if he was completely erased. The brown-haired boy put down his armor and turned to look at the Kokas to smile at them as they blushed. Jean, it's all over now, he said, returning to his calm attitude. He walked calmly towards them, and when they arrived, the hugs were not long in coming. Prim threw herself towards him along with Akane, while the rest of the girls were happy because their man was victorious and ended the threat. Only 2 people were holding back their desire. They were Celestine and Claudia. Amidst all this celebration, Venelana coughed, drawing the attention of those present. Venelana, Jean-Quinn, you have a lot to explain to my dearest fiancé, said the Bale, smiling normally. The others didn't notice, but the brown-haired boy did. In Venezuela, a purple aura is released that made me sweat bullets. I would like to fight Satan again without thinking twice, rather than being in front of an angry woman. Dimensional gap. The chestnut nobility was about to return to Azazel's laboratory, to ask if they were successful in finding the chestnut. Suddenly they felt the power of the chestnut tree not far from them. Ophis, did you feel it? Kuroka, that power belongs to Iasinaya. Ross, it's not too far from here, you have to go see it. Leify/Ravel, Issei-sama. Kunu, here we go. Griselda, thank you Michael-sama for this sign. She thanked the overlord of the heavens. Not far from Issei's nobility, there were 2 dragon gods fighting. It was Trihexa and Great Red, only it had reduced its size. Trihexa, did you hear something? Red, could it be your imagination? Trihexa, it doesn't matter anymore. We have to keep training. I'm sure Jean is also getting stronger. Red, this is the first time I've seen you so excited about some rivalry. Trihexa, what can I say? He was my first friend and rival that I had. Eostia. The war against Kroino had finally ended. They had a lot to clean up from the army's bodies. Claudia and Maya took care of that. The citizens shouted with joy. Only a small part of the men cursed each other for obvious reasons. The bodies were burned to leave no traces. It had been made known who had defeated the great army. The name of Wukong Jin was feared by all and loved by others. The nuns, followers of the supreme god, now had more followers, mostly women, since it became known that this great feat was won against 100,000. On the chestnut's part, when they returned to the castle, let's say that a certain nun with glasses threw herself at him like the first time he saved her. That increased more questions when interrogating the brown-haired boy. Everyone was happy, well, except for the brown-haired boy who was being scolded by Venelana. That would have happened if it weren't for Akane's intervention. Flashback. At Celestine's palace, everyone returned to the palace to celebrate the great victory against Kuroinu and ask Venelana questions about the chestnut. Upon arrival they were greeted by a hug from Kristen, who was worried about her faith figure. "Kristen, Kami-sama. I was worried about you," she said. "Jean, calm down, it's all over now," he said, stroking the nun's head as she began to laugh tenderly. "Kristen, GxH. I'm sorry, Kami-sama," the nun apologized for her action. "Jean, you have nothing to apologize for." Then a voice called him and made him feel cold. "Venelana, Jean! On your knees!" she said in a calm but firm tone. "Jean, hi!" He immediately got down on his knees. This surprised those present: princesses, elves, nuns, servants, temple warriors, knights, all saw this with astonishment. Those who did not know who this woman was, wondered who she was to make the supreme god kneel. "Venelana, you went for a few hours, and you end up in a war, and if that weren't enough, you end up marking them," she said, pointing to Olga, Chloe, Alicia, Prim, Kagaya and Maya. "Jean, it wasn't ours but—" "Venelana, silence." "Jean, hi Venelana-sama." He apologized nervously. This made those present break out in a sweat, seeing who had wiped out a large army in less time than it takes a rooster to crow. They were trembling before that woman. Before Venelana could continue speaking, a little red-haired girl intervened. "Akane, Mom, don't hurt Dad," she said, hugging her father. Venelana felt like I shot at her. It was because of how cute that little girl was that her mother had just told her. "Venelana, Mom?" "Jean, about that what's happening is..." After he finished explaining why Akane said Mom, Venelana processed what was said, sighed as she approached and lowered herself to Akane's arm. The little girl approached the bale. "Akane, is Mom mad at Dad?" the little girl asked innocently. Venelana hugged and carried Akane. "Venelana, I couldn't be mad at your father after all, Akane-cha." The bale bumped her cheek into Akane's. The brown-haired boy sighed. He was saved by his daughter. After being able to make Venelana let him pass thanks to Akane, they explained the situation of this world to him. End of flashback. 2 days had passed since the brown-haired boy finished off the Kuroinu. Today Kagaya asked the brown-haired boy to go see her parents, who were outside of Eostia, in the distant lands called Ishin. The brown-haired boy gladly agreed to go. After all, he had marked her, and she had to show up to take responsibility. Now they were at the entrance of Celestine's palace, waiting for Kagaya. "Kagaya, ready Jean-sama, are we going?" she said, making herself present. "Jean, well, Kintoan, come up and hold on tight, we'll go to the far east." He held out his hand to the Miko so she could climb onto the cloud and go in the direction where she would find Kagaya's birthplace. With Venezuelan. The bale was in a quiet room accompanied by Celestine, Claudia, Olga, Chloe, Alicia, Prim, Lulu and Maya. "Olga, Venezuelan, isn't it?" "Venelana, that's right. I suppose you want to know more about Jean, right?" she asked everyone present, who nodded. "Prim, how do you know Jean-sama?" was the first to ask. "Venelana, well, it's a bit long, but to make it easier for you, he was my daughter's ex-fiancé," she said as if it were nothing. This surprised them. She had just said that the brown-haired boy was her daughter's ex-fiancé. "Alicia, what do you mean, your daughter's ex-fiancé?" she exclaimed, alarmed. "Venelana, she called off the engagement and married someone else. That's the shortest way to sum it up," she said as she took a sip of her tea. "He left out a lot of things, but he would tell them when the rest of the harem was here," was what Venelana thought. "Chloe, what is Jean like?" the half-elf was the next to ask. Venelana, what can I say? He is the best man that exists and will exist. He thinks about the safety of others before his own. He makes you feel special like no one else. Despite having several women, he does not neglect any. He always tries to make us happy. Being with him makes you feel calm, protected, warm. Among other qualities, Yufufu, when talking about that, she blushes. A sweet smile was marked on her face. Upon hearing this, it was the first thing they noticed about the brown-haired boy. They unconsciously smiled. Lulu, how old is Jean? Venelana, let's see, she said, putting a finger on her lips. Biologically, she is about 223 years old, and chronologically, she is more than 2,000 years old. Again, this left this surprised, that she was older than Olga and Celestine. But why were there two ages? Maya, why does it have two ages? Venelana, because 223 years is his current age. When he was reincarnated, he had already lived for a long time before that. Claudia, he didn't care if you were married and even had a daughter who was his fiancée? Venelana, of course not. Even at first it was hard for him to process that but he didn't care. He accepted me as I am. Claudia was glad in her mind when she heard that, but she still wanted to make sure. Celestine, I heard from Olga that he had a harem. Who are the others that make it up? Venelana, it's a bit long, but I think you'll know them when we get back. Olga, return to your throne as supreme god? Venelana, of course not. He has school. It wouldn't be good for him to miss so much. The good thing is that time passes faster here than in that world. Girls' world? Prim, are there other worlds? Aren't you talking about the world of the gods? Venelana, no, we both come from another world, where we live among humans, since Jean never finished school. Chloe, he's a deity. Why would he go to those places of learning? Venelana, that's not a normal school. He attends because it caught his attention, said the Baal, while playing with Akane on her lap. Then they started asking more questions about the chestnut tree. Issei nobility. His pieces had reached a world where they felt that great energy equal to that of the chestnut. They appeared in a city that seemed to be from the Middle Ages. They walked around to look for the chestnut tree. The unholy looks were noticeable, in most of the men who looked at them. Some people tried to flirt with them, but they didn't pay attention and continued looking for their man. Ross, excuse me? Have you seen this guy? The Valkyrie asked a woman who was passing by with her son, showing a photo with her cell phone. The woman was surprised to see who was in that strange device. Child, look, Mom, it's Kami-sama. The child exclaimed happily to his figure of admiration. Woman, it's true, son. He looks a lot like Kami-sama, said the woman. Leify, do you know where it is? He asked quickly. Woman, he's probably in Celestine-sama's palace. Griselda, why do you call him Kami-sama? Woman, it's because according to what his followers say, he is the supreme god, who came to save us from Kuroinu. The nobility listens attentively. Child, it is said that he finished off that great army with many gray pillars that came out of nowhere, and that he could make the clouds throw thunder. It's great. Kuroka, he has to be talking about Rui and Kinto and Naya. Ophis, could you tell us where Celestine's palace is? Woman, sure, it's a big white castle. It's over there, she said, pointing to a big white palace. Kunu, thank you very much. Ravel, come on, I want to see Issei-sama. He's waiting for us. They thanked the woman and went to the palace. Upon arrival, they were stopped by guards under Claudia's command. Guard 1, stop. You can't pass. Guard 2, only authorized persons are allowed to enter. Kuroka, we want is with Issei Naya, exclaimed the Nekishu. Guard 1, 2, Issei Naya? They didn't know who they were talking about. Guard 1, there is no one called Issei here, so stay away. Leify, but. Guard 2, no buts. These are orders from Claudia-sama and Yakumo-sama. The two guards did not want to let anyone through. Ross, did you just say Yakumo? Kunu, tell us what you know about Jean, exclaimed the angry Kitsune. Guard 2, Yakumo-sama is the new leader of the Yakumo clan, and we are under his command. Nobility, Yakumo clan? Ravel, we are from that clan, said the Phoenix. In a way, They really belonged to the Yakumo or Hyoudou clan, but the guards were unaware of this, being from another world. Guard 1, don't lie. Both guards drew their swords, lying that they belonged to said clan. Before there was a fight, the palace doors opened, revealing Celestine, Claudia, Alicia, Prim, Olga, Chloe, Lulu, and Maya. But they saw a brunette that they knew very well, who was carrying a little redhead with dragon features in her arms. Nobility, Venelana-san/Sama? They said in unison, except for Ophis, who looked at Akane. Venelana, girls, what are you doing here? Ross, we were looking for Issei. When we were returning, we felt his energy in this world, so we decided to come look for him, explained the albino. Ravel, Venelana-sama, what are you doing here? Celestine, Venelana-san? Do you know these girls? Venelana, of course, they are Jin's nobility, and they are also his partners, said the Baal. Maya, what? Are they part of his harem? Olga, so they are also Jin couples. Griselda, Venelana-sama, what's going on here? And who is the little girl in your arms? Venelana, come first, there's a lot to explain. Celestine, could you? Celestine, of course. Claudia, you already know what to do. Claudia, hi. Let them pass, you've heard that they are Jin-sama's partners. The guards immediately let the girls through, and also apologized for not believing them. They all entered the palace, but Ophis still couldn't stop looking at Akane. Ophis, Venelana, why does the little one have Issei's aura? Asked the Infinity lowly. Venelana, she is Akane, she is Issei's daughter, she said happily. Akane, you guys smell like Dad. Happy. Nobility, Dad? Venelana, what happens is that Akane calls anyone who is marked by Issei Mom. Akane-chan, say hello to your others, Mom, said the Bae, bringing her daughter closer to the new arrival. Akane, hello moms, I'm Yakumo Akane, she exclaimed happily, showing a tender smile. The new arrivals felt a shot in the heart at being called Mom. Even Ophis did not escape this. They remained silent for a while. Akane watched this without understanding anything. Akane, Mom? She asked when she saw that no Guna said anything, but the phoenix launched herself towards the little girl before the others. Ravel, Akane. I am your mother, Ravel. After saying that, the others react and begin to introduce themselves. Kuroka, I'm your mom, Kuroka Naya, said the Nikomata, snatching the little girl from Ravel. Kunu, I'm your mom, Kunu. Akane-chan. Ross, I'm Ross Weiss, I'm your mom too. Leifi, Akane-chan, what are you? Come with Mom, Leifi, said the magician, hugging and bumping cheeks with the little girl, who was laughing. Ophis, I didn't expect Issei to transfer water to an egg. Griselda, what does Ophis-sama mean? Ophis, Issei released a lot of dragon aura into the egg to the point that he stopped loving it but instead turned it into his family. That's something a dragon rarely does to an egg that isn't theirs. They usually take them as servants, but Issei took the little girl as his daughter. Griselda, does that mean that none of the girls here are your real mother? Ophis, part of it is true, and part of it is not. Those who are marked by Issei are considered as their true mothers, explained the Dragon of Infinity. Maya, I have a question. Who is Issei and who are they? Venelana, well, they are the pieces of Jin. The chestnut nobility began to appear. Ophis Ouroboros, his queen, also his mate. Ross Weiss, bishop and his fiancée. Leifi Pendragon, bishop, also his fiancée. Kuroka, your land and place, Naya. Griselda fourth, her horse, I am also her partner. Ravel Phoenix, pawn and his fiancée. Kunu, pawn and fiancée. Venelana, Issei is the other name of Jin. The introductions and the other name of the chestnut were like a balm for the girls of Eostia. When I thought they already knew the chestnut a little better, he comes out with more things. Ross, Venelana-san, where is Issei? Venelana, well, I'll accompany Kagaya-san to her place of origin, she'll return in a few hours. Kanu, Kagaya? Venelana, she is a Shinto priestess of this world, she is also marked by Issei. Ravel, how many girls did Issei-sama frame? Venelana, Well, I think 7, 2 are still not sure, Ufufushi said, looking sideways at Claudia and Celestine. Unknown location. In a place far from the gap in all dimensions, there you could see the different dimensions that exist. In a certain way it looked like space. In that whole place there was only one person, to be more precise, it was a girl, with long green hair, green eyes, a thin body, and a white dress with gold ornaments. The woman is Shikigami, the guardian who watches over all dimensions. She was watching some reproduction of a chestnut tree fighting against a vault. Shikigami, Yakuman Jin, or should I say Hyoudou Issei, he said the brown-haired boy's name with a blush. She made 2 stuffed animals appear. One was the brown one in his balance breaker, the other was in his Monkey King mode. She hugged both stuffed animals. Shikigami, Kagaya. It's so cute, he said, hugging the 2 stuffed animals tightly. Shikigami, I wonder if. No, he said, shaking his head while turning to the sides. Shikigami, I got it. I'll ask Navi for advice, I'm sure she can help me, hee. He put away the 2 stuffed animals and took out an album that contained some photos of a chestnut with his old and new appearance. He opened a portal to go see someone named Navi. He entered it so that the portal would close later. Eostia, Celestine Palace. Rosweiss, Ophis, Ravel, Leifi, Kuroka, Griselda and Kunu were explained the situation of this world. All the princesses present and the 2 dark elves explained everything in detail, how he was rescued by the brown-haired boy in each encounter with Kuroinu, and they revealed about the battle between Jin and Vault. Being angry was an understatement of what the chestnut pieces felt when they heard all those men join their cause, but they felt relieved when they heard how the boyfriend/fiancé finished off each one of them and finally the one responsible. They also revealed about the copy of the boosted gear that Vault had. There was no answer as to how he got it. Celestine, you know a lot about Issei-san, right? Kunu, you don't have to call him like we call him. Jin is also his name, and answering your question, yes, we know Issei very well. Prim, could you tell us more about him? Ravel, where do I start? Oh, I know. It all started when I met him for the first time. Back then he was the servant of Venelana-sama's daughter. She was interrupted. Lulu, now that you asked me, what do you mean by pieces and servants? Olga, it's true you said something about what your pieces were. What do you mean by that? Leifi, it is because Issei-sama is considered a supreme category demon. About the pieces, they are based on chess, which consists of 16 pieces, 1 king, 1 queen, 2 bishops, 2 horses or knights, 2 towers and 8 pawns, which allows him to reincarnate other beings of different races that have qualities similar to the owner of the pieces. Alicia, but Jin is a god, how can he be a demon? Griselda, he alone has the title, and where we come from, demons, angels, and fallen are at peace. This was possible thanks to Issei-kun, he is the pillar of the allied factions. This again left all the Eostia girls surprised. Chloe, Jin did all that? Kunu, it's not just that, he's also the hero of all factions, he's even adored by children with his new program, The New Adventures of Red Emperor, said the cheerful Kitsune, since she was a big fan of the Ape Dragon program and now a fan of her new program, in addition to having a large collection of her products. Claudia series? Hero? Ross, it's going to be a long story, we'll tell you when Issei gets back. Akane, yes. I want to hear the stories about Dad, she said happily as she sat on the Valkyrie's lap. Ross, hi, Akane-chan, your dad did many great deeds in the past. It all started when he was a normal human. And so the girls of Isosha and Akane heard everything about the brown-haired boy. They were complimented by the other girls. With Issei and Kagaya. Both were flying at high speed. They arrived in an hour. When they arrived they saw a large city similar in style to ancient Japan. It was night. The brown-haired boy thought it was because of the time difference. Jin, wow! This place looks great. It looks a lot like old Japan with some Chinese touches, he said excitedly. Kagaya, it really is a splendid life. It's the first time I've seen it from the top, she said, just as excited as the brown-haired boy. Jin, and where is your parents' house? Kagaya, in that direction there is a big temple. With a big sakura tree, she indicated the direction where her family's temple was located. Jin, okay, here we go. Smiling, they went towards the agreed direction. Minutes later, they arrived at a large temple. With sakura trees, it gave a certain air of tranquility. Kagaya, Jin-sama, can you wait here for a moment? I'll go find my parents. Jin, sure, he said with a smile and a slight blush to the Miko. The Miko entered the temple house. A few minutes passed until Kagaya finally came out. Kagaya, Jin-sama, you can enter now, said the Miko. The chestnut took off his shoes by tradition and entered a large room, where two people were waiting for him. The first was a shoulder, about 45 years old. He was wearing priest's clothes, and you could see some gray hair on him. The second was a woman. She had some resemblance to Kagaya, but more mature. Despite noticing her years, she looked fine. Kagaya, father, mother, I present to you Yakumo Jin, my fiancé, said the Miko with a bow. The brown-haired boy looked around. At a door he noticed the gazes of some children. Apparently they were Kagaya's younger brothers and sisters. Father, introduce yourself, young man. Mother, Era? Honey, doesn't this young man seem familiar to you? Father, now that you mention it, yes, but I don't remember where from. Kagaya smiled slightly at what her parents said. Jin, my name is Yakumo Jin, and I have come to ask Kagaya to be my fiancé, he said, bowing. Father, Kagaya is a priestess with great powers. Why should I accept? Mother, I thought you just wanted to be the wife of the god's son, Wukong, said the mother. It was then that her mind clicked. Mother, your hairstyle looks a lot like that of Saikoshin, supreme god, said her mother, alarmed. Father, see, honey, calm down. Although you are right, it is impossible. That being has not been seen for hundreds of years. Kagaya laughed lightly at what her parents said. This did not go unnoticed by them. Mother, what's so funny, daughter? Kagaya, it's about Saikoshin. Mother, he doesn't look like it. He's the Saikoshin that appears in the story. Father, mother, the Miko said calmly. Father, daughter, it is not good to use deities as a joke, and much less that one, said her father in a serious voice. Jin, your daughter is telling the truth. What she said attracted the parents' attention. Mother, my daughter has become a priestess of great power to serve Saikoshin, and she cannot marry anyone. She made the seal of her purity. Jin, Eto, about that I accidentally removed the seal and took its purity, said the brown-haired boy, somewhat nervous, while the Miko looked down at him, all blushed, remembering how they did it. Crack was the sound that came from her petrified parents. The brown-haired boy had said that he removed the seal that protected her purity and took the purity of his daughter. It took a few minutes for them to react. The first was the father, who came to be in front of the brown-haired boy. Father, what did you do to my daughter? He asked angrily, shaking the brown-haired boy back and forth. Father, Ezio will not stay like this. He continued to thank the brown-haired boy. Jin, for that, I ask you to be my fiancé, said the brown-haired boy, already dizzy, with swirls in his eyes. Kagaya, father, don't disrespect. She didn't finish as her mother reached her. Mother, daughter, do you know what you're saying? You just gave your purity to this young man. You swore that your purity would be for Kami-sama. Father, what did you do to my daughter? Kagaya, father, mother, you have to listen to me. Mother, daughter, you broke one of the most important rules when you became a priestess of Kami. I didn't finish because Kagaya shouted the reason. Kagaya, Jin-sama is the Saikoshin. She shouted since her parents didn't listen. The father released the brown-haired boy upon hearing this. His wife was the same. Her daughter had just said that this young man in front of them was the supreme god of history. Father, don't talk nonsense. It's disrespectful to the gods. Kagaya, I'm telling the truth, Jin-sama. Could I show them so they believe me? Jin, of course, he said, barely recovering from his dizziness. The brown-haired boy entered Monkey King mode, surprising the Miko's parents, even those who were watching from behind the door. To finish, he took out Rui, made it a little bigger, and rested it on one of his shoulders, doing the same thing as the retreat that Kagaya showed. Jin, I will introduce myself again. My name is Yakumo Jin. You know me as Son Wukong, the supreme god, said the brown-haired man. Kagaya's parents had their mouths on the floor when they saw who was in front of them. It was the very being that their village witnessed hundreds of years ago. Kagaya, father, mother, he is my fiancé. Now you see that I am not lying, said the Miko to her parents. But they did not react. Father? Mother? The moment the Miko touched her parents, they fainted from the shock. Kagaya, father! Mother! Was Shikigami. The guardian of the dimensions came out of a portal. Now she was in a different place. She did not pay attention to her surroundings, but to what was in front of her. In front of her was a woman with long pink hair and a white dress with red details sitting on a kind of throne. Era? What brings you to this place? Megumi, said the pink-haired woman. Shikigami, now identified as Megumi, answers him. Megumi, you see, Navi, I want some help with someone, she said, somewhat blushing as she remembered a certain brown-haired boy. The pink-haired girl is now identified as Navi. Navi, Era? What a coincidence. I also wanted your help with someone too, he said, accompanied by a blush when remembering a certain white-haired man in a black trench coat. Chapter 21, Return and Problems. After a few minutes waiting for Kagaya's parents to wake up, saying they were shocked was an understatement. No one in the family was watching this. In front of them was the very god of the story that was told hundreds of years ago. But that was the second thing. The main thing was that he is her daughter's fiancé. She would never in her life believe it. Father, are you that same god? He asked the brown-haired boy in astonishment. Jean, of course it's me. I don't remember there being anyone like me, although there are several versions of me, the brown-haired boy answered. He said the last thing in his mind. Mother, daughter, what have you done in all these years since you left for other lands? The mother asked her daughter, who after a long time returns with the Psycho-shin as her partner. Kagaya, I was just following my duty as a priestess in Eostia, and then the Miko began to recount everything that happened with Kuroinu, and on top of that he was defeated by the brown-haired boy. The little ones came out of the door to present themselves to the chestnut tree, as Kagaya's brothers and sisters. Kagaya's parents immediately bowed to the brown-haired boy. Father, sorry for my attitude earlier, Kami-sama. He apologized. Mother, it is an honor for us to meet you, Kami-sama. Jean, there's no need for you to act like that. I don't like you treating me this way, said the brown-haired boy. Father, we are sorry for how we treated you. Kagaya, father, mother, calm down. The Miko tried to calm her parents. Kagaya's brothers asked questions like, are you my sister's boyfriend? How many children will they have? Among other things that made the Miko blush. Kagaya's parents introduced themselves. The father's name is Fujimoto Swajiru. The mother's name is Fujimoto Akane. Kagaya's younger siblings introduced themselves. The eldest of them is called Fujimoto Daichi, the second Fujimoto Ai, and the youngest is Fujimoto Ayaka. Now the chestnut discovered that Kagaya's last name was Fujimoto, base, root, origin. He had never asked, but now he knows. Jean, okay, now I want to ask you something. Everyone present was paying attention to what the brown-haired boy would say. Jean, I want your entire family to go live in my territory with Kagaya, was what the brown-haired boy said. It took them a while to process what the brown-haired man had said. He didn't know he would say that. Akane, but are you sure? We shouldn't be in those places, said the mother, somewhat unsure. Swajiru, are you serious? Jean, of course I'm serious. If I take your daughter to live with me, most likely your family will come too, said the calm brown-haired man. Kagaya was happy, but before leaving her family had to tell their reason for being able to leave with the brown-haired boy. To tell the truth, she didn't know how the high priests would take it. Eostia, Celestine Palace. Ravel finished recounting the achievements that the brown-haired boy had made, and also some anecdotes. The Eostia girls were impressed that the brown-haired boy did all that before he recovered his memory. Now he understood more about the protective personality of the brown-haired boy. Prim, Jean-sama is great, isn't that right, Alice-ne-sama? Prim asked her cousin/sister. Alicia, it's incredible, and she experienced all of that at such a young age. Olga, although you still haven't told me what happened with his ex-lovers. Chloe, it's true, Origa-sama. Ravel, what happened to that group of girls? The half-elf asked. Those who knew about it lowered their heads a little, remembering that. Ross, we'll tell you about that another time. Leify, it is a delicate subject. Maya, so Jean is now a pure dragon, who was previously a part dragon, part human demon, and before that he was a demon who ascended to a god. Griselda, I know it's a bit confusing, but that's how it was. Celestine, it's even hard to believe that they are from another world. Akane, Dad is amazing, said the little girl with stars in her eyes. Kuroka, now it's much more incredible, Akane-chan, Naya said the Nekashu to Akane. Claudia, so Jean will be leaving here very soon? The woman asked somewhat sadly. The rest also became sad except for a blonde. Alicia, yes, but Jean will take us with him, he promised me. Everyone looked at the blonde, who was a little embarrassed. Alicia, I mean, he also has to take responsibility for what he did to us, she said, looking away. Subder, was what everyone present thought. Venelana, that's true, I'm sure Issei will do something that will impress us. Kunu, speaking of Issei, when will he return? It's been 2 hours, the kitsune wondered. Ophis, let's just wait a day, then we'll go get him, said the Infinity Dragon calmly. What awaits our protagonist upon returning home? A long chat. Celestine, well then I will ask that rooms be prepared for you. Griselda, I would be very grateful to you, Celestine-san. With Issei. The brown-haired boy, after asking that Kagaya's family and her come to live with him, the parents still couldn't believe that their daughter's partner was the Psycho Shin. Without further ado, they went to speak with the higher priest to explain the reason for leaving the place, since it is a rule or else it would be seen in a bad way. When he arrived at the council with them, and said that they were going to live with his son-in-law in his territory, those in the council wondered who he was. The chestnut appeared before them, which did not seem like much to them. It was a mistake to believe that. Since the chestnut later presented himself as the supreme god, something they did not believe, to prove it he entered into his mode, this left them with their mouths open. They immediately knelt down apologizing, which brought a drop of sweat to the back of my neck when I saw the rapid change, just to show that it really was him, the god of the history of this place. The chestnut asked for permission again. This time they accepted without saying anything else, and they wished the best to the Fujimoto family with the chestnut. Without further ado they went back to the temple. This news quickly spread throughout the town. All the inhabitants went to the Fujimoto temple to see if it was true that this clan was going to live in the territory of the Psycho Shin, and that their eldest daughter was promised to him. When they arrived they saw that the family was outside talking to the brown-haired boy. The inhabitants saw the chestnut in his Monkey King mode, which was the same as the old portrait. They all knelt before the brown-haired boy, although for him it was normal, but in a certain way it became annoying. He spent a good while saying that they would get up, an hour to be precise. After that, they prepared to go with a magic circle back to Celestine's palace. In addition, the brown-haired boy kept their belongings in his pocket dimension. They leave the temple as a memory of the family to this place. Without further ado, they said goodbye to everyone and disappeared along with the magic circle. Yostia, Celestine Palace. The chestnut along with the Miko and her family appeared at the entrance of the palace. The guards saw the chestnut, and Kagaya let him pass along with the rest who accompanied him. Upon reaching the room where the girls were, the brown-haired boy was greeted with a big hug from Akane, who, upon seeing him, lunged towards her father. Akane, Dad! You're finally back, she said happily. Jean, did you behave well, Akane, with your mothers? He asked his daughter. Akane, yes. And other mothers arrived too. Jean, other moms? Curious. Akane, look over there, she said, pointing to the chestnut pieces. The brown-haired boy looked where his daughter was pointing, to find nothing but Rosweiss, Kuroka, Ophis, Ravel, Leify, Kunu and Griselda. The brown-haired boy remained static. Ross, I see. Kuroka, I see Naya. Ophis, I see. Ravel, Issei-sama. Leify, Issei-sama. Kunu, Issei Dano. Griselda, Issei-kun. They went to hug the brown-haired boy with a big hug, of course without hurting little Akane. The Fujimoto family looked at this confused, especially Kagaya, who didn't understand why those girls said "I see" to the brown-haired boy, but assumed it would be some of the girls in his harem. Suajiru, Jindano, who are they? Akane, we want an explanation, Jindano. After a while everyone sat down to resolve the doubts of the newcomers. They again gave what they explained to the rest before the brown-haired boy returned to Kagaya's family, but this time summarized. Suajiru. So, Hyoudou Issei has so many partners, he said with his eyes closed. Jin, you can call me whatever you want. Akane, it was to be expected from Psycho Shin, but just promise us that you will love our daughter Jindano. Suajiru, promise us that. They both bowed in request of the above mention. Jin, you don't need to ask me, I love each one equally, I will protect them with my life, you can rest assured, right Kagaya? Kagaya, father, rest assured. Also I want to introduce you to our daughter, Akane. The Miko spoke to the little girl, who sat on her lap. The two looked at the little girl who had dragon features. Kagaya explained Akane's origin, and said how she calls anyone who is Jin's partner Mom. Even Kagaya's parents fell for how cute the little girl was. Joker, his cuteness level is over 9,000. Morgana, what the hell? More than 9,000? Plaff. Both are hit with a giant fan by a certain blonde. And keep quiet and let the story continue. Then she sues us for using phrases from other anime. Both AI. Her parents immediately took a liking to her, not caring that she was their granddaughter anymore. Even her brothers were not spared from this. After everything calmed down, the brown-haired boy gave another piece of news. Jin, okay. Now I have something else to say. They all paid close attention to what the brown-haired boy would say next. Jin, I will break the engagement that Prim has with the minister's son. Tomorrow I will accompany Prim to see her parents. Then with Alicia's he was interrupted by the aforementioned. Alicia, why do you have to go see my parents? Jin, well, to take responsibility for you. What the brunette said made the blonde blush and start fuming. Jin, and then we will leave. I will take all the inhabitants of Eostia to my territory. What he said surprised everyone. Celestine, why are you doing this? Jin, how to put it, you know that since Corona started, the population of Esotia has dropped greatly. Claudia, how do you know that? Jin, well, just being in each town, I noticed how many there were. Maya, is that even possible? Revel, you shouldn't underestimate Issei-sama, said the phoenix, puffing out her breasts with pride. Jin, thanks Revel, hee. As I was saying, currently the total population of Eostia is around 60%, of which 45% are women, and the rest are men. Lulu, why do you want to bring them to your territory? Jin, what do you think? I'm not going to tolerate anyone else having the same idea as that damn vault again, he said seriously. Everyone understood the brown-haired boy's reason. Olga, Jin, I have a question. Jin, tell me. Olga, Rossweiss told us that they were like your pieces for duels that took place in your world. I was wondering if Chloe and I could be part of your entourage? Asked the dark elf. Despite the fact that she didn't like being under anyone's command, the brown-haired man would be the only one who could do it. Chloe, Jin, Origa, and I want to be part of your pieces, said the half-elf determined. Jin, are you sure? Both, yes. The two dark elves said in unison. Jin, we will. Then he turned to see his entourage and then Alana, who just smiled. Well, then, Olga, you will be my bishop and Chloe my pawn. After saying that, he took out a bishop piece and a pawn piece to give to the aforementioned. Jin, okay, now put the piece on his chest, I'll do the rest. Olga and Chloe did what the brown-haired boy asked. Issei, I, Hyoudou Issei /Yakumo Jin, of the Hyoudou/Yakumo clan, asked you, Olga and Chloe, to return to walk this world by my side as my bishop and pawn. The two pieces shone and entered the bodies of the two girls. Beneath them appeared the magic circle of the Chestnut clan. The princesses and Kagaya's parents saw this in astonishment. Akane's eyes shone. After finishing the ritual of turning them into their pieces, the lights dissipated, revealing that there was no change in them. Alicia, it doesn't look different. I thought there would be changes. Leify, it's because Issei-sama's pieces don't change your species, but rather give you extra qualities, such as a long, if not almost immortal, life, dragon wings, an increase in physical and magical condition. The magician explained about the pieces. Olga, it's incredible, it's difficult to explain what I feel about the changes. Chloe, I don't see our gene wings? Griselda, I think you'll need a little help with that, since we already have experience in this. You just have to imagine that you feel extra limbs on your back, that's the easiest way to say it. The chestnut pieces showed their wings to the new pieces. Ravel had a fire wing and a dragon wing. Leify had a pair of dragons. It was the same for Kanu, Rosweiss and Kuroka. Griselda showed an angel wing and a dragon wing. Ofishi showed her dragon wings. Everyone present was surprised to see that, except for those who had already seen this. Akane saw this even more, amazed to see her mothers have the same wings as her. Akane, whoa! They have the same wings as mine, she said with star eyes. Kuroka, it's not for nothing that we are your mothers, Akane-chan. Naya. Olga and Chloe did what their roommates and harem mates told them to do. They tried several times until they finally managed to get them out. At first they felt a little strange, but she would get used to them and put them away again. Jean, okay. Claudia, can I ask you for a favaro? Claudia, sure, which one is it? Jean, it's about the armor that you knights wear. How to put it? I want you to wear clothes and not walk around almost naked, he said, while the DxD girls nodded since they had seen what they are like. Claudia followed the brown-haired man's order without objecting as she compared how they dressed with Rosweiss' way of dressing. Although it had parts of armor like them, it covered more than theirs. In the end, they gave notice that all the Eostias should meet in the capital within 3 days, to give him an important notice. Another thing was that Alicia, Maya, Lulu and Claudia had the idea of joining the Chestnut Tree's entourage, but she would ask them after the matter about the cousins' engagement. Celestine gave them each a room to sleep, which the girls of the DxD world ended up sleeping with the brown-haired boy, leaving their rooms untouched. Next morning, after everyone woke up, today the brown-haired boy would go with Prim to break the engagement he has with the minister's son. The chestnut, along with Prim and Alice, went to the castle of the pink-haired girl's parents. Upon arriving, several servants greeted him and guided him to where Prim's parents were. When they arrived, they saw 3 people, 2 men and a woman. The woman looked very similar to Prim, although much older than her. Apparently she was her mother. The father was blonde, with a mustache, and he already had some gray hairs. Apparently that would be his father. They were both sitting waiting for their daughter. Finally there was a young blonde man with short hair. He was somewhat obese. The clothes he was wearing were supposed to be noble attire, but he looked more like a clown, and they were also too small for him. When the young man saw Prim, he went up to her, but the pink-haired girl stood behind the brown-haired girl. Prim, darling, I was so worried about you, said the young man, but his gaze sharpened when he saw that the girl was behind a young brown-haired boy. Who are you? Why are you so close to her? He asked with authority. Before he had an answer, the pink-haired girl's parents spoke. Mother, so you are the one who has come to fight for my daughter's hand. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liliana Feyerreier, and this is my husband, Joseph Feyerreier. She introduced herself and her husband. Father, but I remind you that if you die trying, we will not be held responsible, young man warned the brown-haired boy. The young blonde boy, upon hearing that he was coming for Prim became enraged. He gave the brown-haired boy a look of hatred, and was ready to go call some guards to punish him. Jean, Prim, how do your parents know I came here for this? Prim, it's that I sent them a letter saying that I would be your fiancé, the girl explained. Alicia, good morning, Uncle Joseph, and Liliana, she greeted politely. Liliana, Alicia, I heard about the problems that the great Kuroinu army faced. You don't know how worried we were, not to mention your parents. Alicia, I'm fine, since Jean saved me before they captured me, said Alice calmly, but she looked at the young blonde boy with some hatred. Joseph, are you talking about Yakumo? Alicia, that's right, and in fact he was the one who eliminated Kuroinu in an instant. Prim, father, mother, I present to you Yakumo Jean, and he will be the only man I will marry, said the girl. The parents opened their eyes in surprise, especially the blonde, since he didn't know that the brown-haired boy was the one who defeated the Kuroinu. In his eyes he was just a commoner with strange clothes. The girl's body would only be his. I won't allow it. He's just a damn commoner, a bastard like you can't marry a noble. He shouted at the brown-haired boy. Jean, are you her fiancé? The brown-haired boy asked incredulously when he saw who Prim would marry. It was how to say it, not even his girl's ex-fiancés looked like that. Drake, are you serious? Not even the phoenix, the mage, the kitsune, her ex-fiancés look like that anymore? Drake shouted in the brown-haired boy's mind, equally shocked. My name is Pantiel Mandeville, I am Prim's fiancé. If you want to continue living, ask for mercy and maybe I will let you live. The blonde introduced himself with superiority to the brown-haired man, who upon hearing his last name came to mind the minister that Alice decapitated. Jean, Alicia, he is the son of. Alicia, that's right, he's the minister's son, she said seriously at this. The chestnut understood and appeared before his parents. Jean, my name is Yakumo Jean, and I have come for Prim's hand to be my fiancé. Liliana and Joseph were surprised. The hero of Eostia was in front of them asking them to make their daughter his fiancé. Liliana, young Pantiel, do you accept the duel between the two of you for my daughter's hand? Pantiel, I accept, but with one extra condition. Joseph, which one is it? Pantiel, I will not fight, he will fight with my best warrior, she said with a smile. Liliana, no problem, young Yakumo, do you accept? Jean, I have no problem, I answer. Pantiel smiled at this, since there was no way she could defeat her best warriors. She didn't know that the brown-haired boy was the one who finished off all of Kuroinu, since he supported the army. But when she saw that it didn't turn out the way she had planned, she had to act as if she had never supported him. Joseph, well, then the duel will be in an hour. I hope you are ready, said the pink-haired girl's father. Jean, fine, but it will be in the lands where Alice is, said the brown-haired boy, since he had planned to talk to the blonde's parents. Without further ado, Pantiel went to prepare his best warriors or knights. He would not let anyone have Prim other than him. He was confident that he would win. The brown-haired boy would get information about whether he was the same as his father. If so, he would give him to Claudia. She would know what to do, and she would not let anyone like that be in her territory. The blonde had a slight idea about what she would talk to her parents about. Without further ado, the three of them left on the chestnut cloud to get there faster. Upon arriving, they immediately went to the blonde's parents. The brown-haired boy talked about how Alicia was his partner, which surprised the parents. But he had to show that he was up to their expectations, how good the duel against Pantiel would be on his territory. He added that with this he would show what he was capable of. Although they knew what he was capable of, they wanted to see it with their own eyes. An hour later the duel began. Both family members watched the brown-haired man attentively. They knew what he was capable of, but they wanted to see him in person to make sure he was the right man for their daughter. The duel was simply a walk in the park for the chestnut. Pantiel had brought 20 of the best knights at his disposal, but none of them saw how fast the chestnut was. The chestnut took a step to disappear before his eyes, and appeared behind the knight to finish taking the step. The 20 knights of Pantiel all fell unconscious. Pantiel could not believe it, but this was not over yet. Since the brown-haired boy wanted to know if he was the same as his father, he easily saw his true intentions. With this his fate was sealed. In the end it was discovered that he was helping the Kuroina people, but seeing that Kuroina failed, he had to act as if he was one of the good guys. In the end he was taken to Claudia to take care of him. He would be sentenced to death for treason, but that will not be told since no one will remember it. In the end, the chestnut said that both families should meet in the capital to go live in a safer place. Another thing was that the parents demanded that he be a husband for their daughter. Later time. It was already dusk. The chestnut was in Celestine's palace with the girls from Eostia. He had told the chestnut that Venelana and the rest had gone to tell him that they had already found him, which he understood. Another thing was that now the knights wore clothes that were more appropriate to the eye, not like before. Now they covered and showed less skin, as it should be. They were all gathered together talking about trivial things, while Akane was playing with some of their mothers. Suddenly a gap opened and the girls came out. Ophis, I see, we're back. Jean, how did it go? Venelana, they were happy, although they wanted to come, but we told them to wait in your territory. Ravel, that's right, Issei-sama, we already have houses made for the people of Eostia. Leifi, but how will he carry them? Jean, of course with this, said the brown-haired boy, making the magic face appear. Jean, I will absorb everyone and bring them to my territory. Kuroka, will there really be room for so many people, Naya? Jean, believe me, this thing has absorbed more stuff, now it can absorb more since I rebuilt it, now all that's missing is for all the people to arrive. Ross, I see you don't think that because you saw that there are more women than men, right? Asked the Valkyrie. This made the supernatural girls look at the brown-haired boy. Issei, of course not, I just don't want this to happen again. Besides, I have to fill my territory, right? He said somewhat nervously when he saw how his girls looked at him. Griselda, it's true, until now only a few demonic houses live there, because even though you are a hero, you still remain a great mystery. Prim, Jean-sama, you're not going to absorb us inside too, are you? The young woman asked somewhat nervously. Maya, I don't want to imagine it, she said somewhat nervously, receiving the assent of the rest of the princesses and elf. Jean, they won't go inside, only the citizens will go inside, we will open a breach to my territory. Lulu, Jean! 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 Said the lowly, calling the brown-haired boy's attention. Jean, yes, Lulu? Lulu, I want to be one of your pieces like Olga and Chloe. The brown-haired boy blinked several times until he could react. Jean, really? You know it doesn't force you. I don't finish because Lulu spoke. Lulu, I do it because I want to be closer to you. Besides, you will be my husband, so I will be closer to you as much as possible, she said shyly, something I rarely saw in her. Jean, well then. Maya, wait. Jean, what's wrong, Maya? Maya, I also want to be part of your pieces, said the redhead. Alicia, it's not like I want to, but now my parents asked you to take care of me, I have to be close to you, said the blonde with a subdued attitude. Claudia wanted to say it too, but for some reason she couldn't get her words out, which Celestine noticed and decided to help her. Celestine, Jean, what do you think about including Claudia? She is very good in combat, I'm sure she would be of great help to you in the raiding game. Ane, you know about the pieces and about the raiding game from Leifi. Claudia, Celestine-sama? Celestine, come on Claudia, I know you think that too, so you have my permission. Jean, are you sure? The four of them nodded. The chestnut passed them 4 pawns, 1 each. They remembered where they put the pieces when Olga and Chloe became part of the chestnut's nobility. The ritual to turn the 4 princesses into their pieces was carried out. Now the number of pieces had increased. As for Kagaya, Prim and Celestine, since they do not have combat skills, they would not enter even though they were happy. Jean, well, if that's all, we just have to wait for everyone to gather in the capital so I can take them to my territory. Ravel, Issei-sama, don't you think the demons of the council will complain about carrying so many humans? Jean, I had forgotten about them, but oh well, I'll deal with them when they look for me. Venelana, well then we will wait for everyone to gather to take them, but what will happen with that? Jean, about that, well I don't know, do you have any ideas, Celestine? Celestine, if you take all the people, Eostia would technically be empty, answered the blonde elf, but deep down she wanted to leave with the brown-haired boy. Once again, the brown-haired boy doubted whether it was a good idea to take everyone or just the girls he met, but Gabriel's Queen of Hearts came up with a great idea. Griselda, then, why don't you ask other kingdoms to take care of Eostia in your absence? I mean, I suppose you have alliances with other kingdoms, said the exorcist with some logic. Then Celestine remembered that she could ask for help from someone who could take her place as leader of Eostia. Celestine, got it, she said, attracting everyone's attention. Jean, what do you have? He asked doubtfully. Celestine approached the brown-haired man's ears and said something to him, but thanks to the demon's enhanced senses and the brown-haired man's pieces they could hear that he would seek to find someone to take his place as leader of Eostia. Jean, really? Celestine, Yes, tomorrow you and I will go ask him, said the elf with a smile. Jean, well then we'll go look for him tomorrow, he said with a smile. Day after. It was the second day after announcing that they would say something important to all the inhabitants of Eostia. Today the chestnut would go with Celestine to look for the one who would take his place as leader, in addition to being able to spend some time with the chestnut. At this moment they are both at the entrance of the palace. They were ready to go in search of him. Jean, all set? Celestine, yes. Claudia, Jean-sama, please take good care of Celestine-sama. Jean, you don't have to say it, I won't let them touch a hair on her. Kagaya, Jean Dano, take care of yourself. The brown-haired boy said goodbye to Venelana, Rosweiss, Kuroka, Ravel, Leifi Office, Kanu and Griselda with a kiss. What she didn't tell was that Olga, Chloe, Alicia, Prim, Kagaya, Maya, even Lulu asked for one, although it would only be for a little while, none of them would waste an opportunity. Claudia looked away to avoid seeing that. Without further ado, the brown-haired man and the blonde elf left in a Kintoan towards the direction indicated by Celestine. Venelana, well, what are we going to do while Issei-kun is gone? She asked all the girls. Ross, well, what do you think about seeing around here? Leifi, good idea, Venezuelan-sama. Griselda, it's true, as I recall, Issei is known as a god here. Ravel, it is, only not in this world. Kuroka, the good thing is that time passes faster here than ours. When we return we will only be a few minutes late. Naya. Kanu, so what are we waiting for? Office, I hope he shows us around the city. Prim, we will gladly show you. Maya, count on me. Lulu, and with me. Claudia, okay, then follow me, we will be your guides. DxD girls, thank you very much. And so they went to visit the entire capital with the guide of the princesses. To say that a group with so many women did not attract attention would be a lie. No matter where they went, the men's gazes were fixed on them, well, those who did not have a partner, usually. But this did not matter to the girls for the most part, except for Prim, who felt nervous, but with her daughter in her arms she felt more relieved. Even some men tried to flirt with them, of course with a look from Claudia. The men left them alone. They spent the next half-day visiting every place in the capital. This world was interesting, but with what had recently happened, it was hard to believe that what Kuroino had planted had been completely eliminated. They went to the church where the nuns who followed the chestnut tree were, who were spreading the name of their savior. Griselda was surprised to witness with her own eyes. She thought it was just rumors, but now it is confirmed. To top it off, all of the chestnut's followers were mostly women, if not all, which did not sit well with the girls of the DxD world. Some time later, everyone was now returning to the palace after a long tour of the capital. Now everyone would go to take a bath. Jean, oh, you've arrived, how are you? The brown-haired boy greeted those entering the palace. Akane, Dad! You're here! She exclaimed with joy, jumping into her father's arms. Jean, did you bow down well, Akane? Akane, yes. Dad. Jean, good girl, what did you girls do while Celestine and I were away? Ross, we went to see this city. Leifi, they are good people, but some men not so much, said the magician. Griselda, I was surprised to meet your followers, I didn't think you really had that much. Jean, well, it's something I didn't see coming either, hee. Venelana, how did the search go? Did you find a successor? Jean, of course we found him. I must say that I agreed to be the leader of Eostia. Claudia, really? Then it means that. Celestine, that's right. I'll go to Jin's world. I also want to get to know him better. She whispered the last thing with a slight blush, but since everyone in the room had enhanced senses, they heard it. Kuroka, and where is Naya? Celestine, she's in the room resting and preparing for tomorrow's announcement. Jean, how about we have dinner, since we'll be leaving tomorrow? The girls agreed and went to the great dining room, so that dinner could be served by the maids. The rest of the day nothing interesting had happened. Only the one who would take the position as leader of Eostia remained unknown. Only the brown-haired boy and Celestine knew, but more so the brown-haired boy, who was a little amused by the subject's appearance. At the end of dinner they were talking about trivial things, until finally the girls went to bathe with Elaine, leaving the brown-haired boy alone. The chestnut tree was now on a balcony watching the sky darken. Issei, Drake, do you feel like something bad will happen when we return? The brown-haired boy asked the red dragon in his mind. Drake, it must be your imagination. I don't think there's anything that can stop you, the tenant dragon answered to his carrier. The brown-haired boy calmed down, as he had a feeling that something bad would happen when he returned. What none of them knew was the repression he would get for bringing so many girls. Return day. Today was the day that the brown-haired boy would return to his world, of course with new members of the harem, also that Celestine was about to give a big announcement. All of Eostia had come, after having received the news that Celestine had something important to announce. Now the knights with more appropriate attire, so to speak, no longer received as many glances from men. Now Celestine had to make his announcement. Celestine, people of Eostia, I have called everyone here to tell you something important. First of all, as you know, Kuroinu was defeated. Thanks to his defeat we can continue with this peace. People applauded their leader's words, until she asked for silence to continue speaking. Celestine, what I will say next is very important. I will give up my place as leader of Eostia to another person, which we have already brought here. Before you ask why, let me tell you that before continuing to speak she touched her lips, remembering her first kiss. The crowd began to talk about things, but among the women Celestine's expression was that of a girl in love, which made them understand the reason for leaving her place. They had also gone through a stage of being in love like her, but they had a slight idea of knowing who the lucky one was. On the part of the male population, there were several expressions. It was anger at not being able to see that body anymore. This was for the men who wanted Karina to win, but did not join the cause. Another was for the married ones who took it in a good way. Celestine, I want to tell you that I will be leaving for Jean Dano's territory for a while. I want to see what his world is like, as well as to form an alliance with him, she said calmly. But there were other reasons as well. Most of the population gladly accepted Celestine's words. Now it was time to introduce the new one who would take Celestine's place. He showed himself. He was an old man with a long gray beard, and he wore a gray tunic, as well as having a wooden staff with a gem on top of it. He looked like a wise sorcerer. Celestine, here is your new leader. His name is Gundalf. He is a great sage, and he is also my teacher before being the leader of Eostia, she said. The son taught Celestine knowledge, but he never fought. The brown-haired boy had to suppress a laugh, since he never thought that a character from The Lord of the Rings really existed. When they were on their way to look for him, and Celestine revealed his name to him, he almost fell off his cloud from the shock, and even more so when he saw him in person. He was just like the movie. Now the old man stepped forward to dedicate a few words to them. His presentation was very well received, in addition to the fact that an alliance was officially made with the chestnut. Sometime later it was time to leave. The only parents who went were Kagaya's, since Alice's and Prim's parents thought better of it, and because their responsibility was greater they stayed, but they told their daughters to visit him, things that they accepted. Celestine, Master, thank you very much for accepting to take my place as the new leader of Eostia. The elf thanked the old man. Gundalf, Celestine, you are like a daughter to me. When I found out you were the reincarnation of the White Goddess, I knew that finding a partner would be impossible, but I never lost my hope, and look at you now, you are in love with a great man, he said to the old man to Celestine, and he said the last thing with mischief. Celestine, ma maestro! Exclaimed the girl, all red, making her teacher laugh. Gundalf, I hope that when you visit us you already have children, he mocked his disciple again. The blonde elf couldn't be redder, while those present laughed. Gundalf, young Jean, I hope you take good care of Celestine. She may be smart, but she's still very young. Jean, I'll take care of her, don't worry Alarin, she won't lack anything, he said with a smile. The old man blinked several times at what the brown-haired man said to him. Gundalf, how do you know that name? He asked with some curiosity. Jean, let's just say you're very famous where I come from, But I think it's time to go. I didn't finish speaking as a group of 6 monks came running. Kristen, Jean-sama! Shouted the nun with glasses from the distance, accompanied by her companions. The group of nuns finally arrived, saying that they also wanted to go with the brown-haired boy. At first they refused, but their insistence was so great that the brown-haired boy agreed to take them. Without wasting time, Ophis opened a breach absorbing all who would go, leaving Gandalf with a smile. Gandalf, take care, Celestine. I hope you find happiness with that young man. Isn't that right, son Wukong? Thank you for saving this world. I think it was a good idea to ask Megumi-sama for help, said the old man with a smile, and then he entered his palace to follow his new position as the new leader. DxD World, Underworld, Yakumo Territory. The group appeared from the gap in the chestnut trees territory. Those who came from Eostia were surprised to see the great landscape. When they heard that the chestnut tree had its territory in the underworld, they thought it would have a somewhat terrifying appearance. But it was quite the opposite, the great blue sky with its white clouds, the green grass and its vegetation. It was like paradise. Prim, Jean-sama, are we really in the underworld? Alicia, I never thought I would look like this. Venelana, it's because with the help of the other faction leaders we were able to give him such an image. Maya, it must be a lot of work. Ross, just a little, since it is a large territory where only 10 are inhabited by people, since he still does not trust Issei much. Celestine, why don't you trust him? Didn't they say he was the hero? Leify, we'll tell you about that when I get to the mansion. Without further ado, they teleported with a magic circle to the Chestnut Mansion. Upon arriving, they noticed a great change in the mansion. The brown-haired boy remembered it very different from how it currently looked. Issei, Venelana, did you make the changes? Venelana, sure, I even added extra things to make it look better. Don't you like it? The chestnut took the bale by the waist, raised him to the sky and turned around. Issei, I love it, thank you very much, Venezuelan, said the brown-haired boy with a smile that made the bale blush. Venelana, I'm glad, Issei-kun, said the woman while still being held by the waist by her fiancé. The rest saw this, imagining that they were also taken in this way by the chestnut. When everything calmed down, they continued to enter the mansion. The brown one was the first to enter. Upon entering, he was tackled by 3 spots, one black, one purple, and the last one yellow. It was Seraphal, Penemu, and Gabriel who were on the chestnut tree. Seraphal, Issei-chan. I missed you so much. Did you miss your Sarah-chan? Said the Mao. Penemu, I'm glad you're okay, my Issei-kun. Gabriel, thank goodness father is okay. Issei, I don't want to lose you again. The Estia girls along with Kagaya's parents saw this with some amusement, while the other newcomers laughed at this. The brunette had his eyes spiraling as he was caught off guard. Issei, Sarah-chan, Penemu-san, Gabriel-san. I too missed you, said the brown-haired boy with spirals in his eyes. Sona Nesama, behave, Issei is bringing guests. Yasaka, daughter, it's good that they brought Issei-kun back. Kanu, it is my duty as your wife, she said, puffing out her chest with pride. Grafia, don't take it the wrong way, that's how you are, and even more so when you are with Issei-sama. Come in, we were already waiting for you, said the silver-haired girl in her role as a maid. Everyone entered the mansion. Those who came from Eostia were surprised to see what it was like where the chestnut lived. It was much more luxurious than Celestine's palace. Olga, this is impressive. What do you think, Chloe? Chloe, I've never seen anything like that. I don't think I can explain it, said the red-eyed girl without stopping to look around. This was the same for the princesses, who were fascinated by architecture. While the chestnut continued with spirals, being carried with magic by Leify. But Sona, Tsubaki, Grafia, Seraphal, Penemu, Gabriel, Yasaka, and Lilith couldn't stop looking at little Akane in the pink-haired girl's arms. Tsubaki, who is the little one? Yasaka, it seems to be a dragon. Penemu, also she has Issei-kun's aura. It was the bomb that made those who didn't know the little girl's origin look at the newcomers for answers. Venelana, calm down, she's Issei's daughter, she said with a smile. Gabriel, so your mother is? Ophis, about that, we'll talk to everyone in private first, said the lowly of Infinity. Leify, first we have to give a place to the nuns and Kagaya's family. Seraphal, we already took care of that. I thought Issei-chan would bring more people. Ross, well, we think the Council of Demons would bring us problems. you know how they are. Ravel, Rosweiss-san is right. Grafia, then I will take care of giving them a place to live. Please follow me here, said the maid to Kagaya's family and the nuns. The silver-haired girl took the Miko's parents and the nuns to some built houses, and from their clothing the Lucifuge knew very well what kind of house would be right for them. The good thing is that in the chestnut territory there were some buildings made of all kinds of houses. The rest took the brown-haired boy to his room to rest, while they would talk about what had happened while the brown-haired boy was in another world. They all sat in the living room to ask their questions. Sona, who are you? And why do you have Issei's essence in you? The younger Citri asked the Eostia girls. The Eostia girls continued to tell everything that had happened about Kuroinu, and how the brown-haired boy stopped each of his attempts to capture them, also how he saved each one, in addition to Kuroinu's end. The supernatural girls, upon hearing that, couldn't be angrier. Trying to capture them for some reason to reach their goal was a bit of a low feeling, but they felt happy when they heard that the brown-haired boy had finished them all off. Olga, and the battle between Jean and that bastard Vault was something I've never seen, especially when they both started fighting in those armors. Gabriel, armor? Are you talking about his boosted gear? Chloe, that's right, and apparently Vault had a copy. Those who didn't go to Eostia were surprised to learn that the guy had a boosted gear, even though it was fake. Penemu, and do you know how he got it? Celestine, unfortunately not. Yasaka, now tell us about the girl. Venelana, well, what happened was. And so the Baal told them about Akane's origin, about how she ended up being the daughter of the brown-haired boy, as well as that she was officially her daughter of the others, since she calls anyone who is marked by the brown-haired boy mom. Yasaka, so we are all their mothers? I asked those who knew about this, receiving a nod as a yes. Seraphal, I'm mom. Come here, Akane-chan. The Mao ran to the little girl to hug him and touch their cheeks. Akane, mom. You tickle me, ha ha ha, said the little girl, smiling. Sona ne-sama, behave, she said to her sister. Seraphal, come on, Sotan, I know you also want to hug Akane-chan. The younger Sidri just looked away. It was true, this girl looked extremely tender, she couldn't refuse to be her mother. And so Akane ended up making all the girls recognize her as their daughter, and some already had plans to introduce her to their parents. After everything calmed down, it was time to talk about the most important thing. It was about the new members of the brown-haired harem in that period. Grafia had returned and the guests were already staying in a good place. Of course, she was not the exception to Akane's tenderness. Penemu, so you are already marked by Issei-kun, 2 dark elves, for humans, and what are you? I asked Lulu the last thing. Lulu, I am a halfling, a species that can procreate offspring with any species, and we are a race of pure women who are warriors, explained the lowly Sona. It reminds me of a movie we watched with Issei-kun. Tsubaki, and you too? The Queen of Sona asked Celestine and Claudia, who were not marked. The two mentioned became nervous, and a slight blush adorned their delicate faces. This did not go unnoticed by the girls. Yasaka, so you guys too? Celestine, booby you well. It's something difficult to explain, said the girl, playing with her fingers, looking down. Claudia, even if it's true, I don't think he would accept a married woman like me. Gabriel, I don't think so, I'm sure Issei-kun will accept them. Yasaka, it's true, I was married for a while to have offspring, and yet, Issei-kun accepted me along with my daughter, said the eldest Kitsune, smiling. Olga, don't tell me it's her, she said, pointing at Kunu. Yasaka, that's right, was the only thing he said. Venelana, I was also married, and my son and daughter are already grown, but they still love me the way I am, said the Baal, smiling. Grafia, it's not difficult to accept that he has more girls, but we want to confirm something, said the serious Lucifuge. The girls from Yasti became nervous because of the big change in the atmosphere. Now they were being looked at seriously. Seraphal, do you really love Issei-chan? He asked seriously with Akane on his lap, who didn't know what was happening. Lilith doesn't want to see Issei and I sad, so she answers. The Eostia girls took a breath to say their answer, and the first to speak was Olga. Olga, I really love Jin. I've waited hundreds of years, and thanks to him, I know that the rest of my life is spent by his side. Chloe, Jin has shown me that I can be more than I could ever wish for, and he has freed me from my past. Someone like that is who I want to spend the rest of my life with. Alicia, he is the man who has won my heart. I don't want anyone other than him. Prim, Jin-sama is a great person. He gives me a warm feeling of protection. I have fallen in love with his way of being. He fights for what is important to him. Kagaya, I have given my purity to the man I have loved since I was little. Now my dream is to spend my life by his side. Maya, he has shown me that I can be more in life, and he has freed me from my past self. He treats me well despite knowing that I was one of them a long time ago. Lulu, he will be the only one who will become my husband. If it is not with him, I will not give offspring, because he is the one I truly love. Claudia, even though I lost my husband, he was always there to cheer me up. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to let myself go. I love him. Celestine, since I was very young I have been the leader of Eostia. I was someone who treated everyone equally with love, but being with him I feel that I only want to give all my love to him. I finished telling all the girls of Eostia to say what they felt for the brown-haired boy. Ross, I think we can show him that, can we, girls? Penemu, even though I don't want to see that again, it's something you have to know about Issei-kun. Ophis, maybe that will help you better understand our concern for him. Venelana, Fei-chan, could you show them about the ritual that Issei-kun did? The magician nodded, but was a little sad when she remembered the state the chestnut was in at that moment. With a spell he made a projection in which the Eostia girls saw a young man bathed in blood making an effort not to fall unconscious and convulse. The Eostia girls saw this confused, until the projection ended. Claudia, what was that? Celestine, what does that have to do with Jean? Ravel, it's because that young man is Issei-sama. Olga, what? Why are you showing us that? Ophis, because for male dragons, unrequited love is poison, which will kill him over time. What she wanted was a ritual to undo those unrequited feelings, but there is only a small chance of surviving. That's why we wanted to know if what she feels for him is real. Tsubaki, we don't want to see him in that state again. He doesn't deserve this. Kuroka, think about it carefully, Naya. We really love him and that's why we don't want him to go through that again, Naya. Seraphal, so what do they say? Eostia girls, what we feel for him is real and will not change with time. They said without thinking twice. Determination could be seen in their eyes. It was at that precise moment that the brown-haired boy entered the room. He had already woken up. Girls, Jean/Issei. Issei, what were you talking about? Yasaka, just girl stuff. Issei-kun, we just wanted to talk to you. Graphia, if it's not too much, could you let us talk to Issei-sama in private? Seraphal, Akane-chan, go with them, then Mommy Seraphal will play with you. Akane, yes, Mom. The Eostia girls left the room with Akane, leaving the DxD girls alone with the brunette. Issei, and what do you want to talk about, girls? I asked. Then he felt a great amount of power surround the girls, and their front hair covered their eyes. The brown-haired boy began to sweat bullets. He definitely couldn't escape this. Girls, Hyoudou Issei. On your knees! They exclaimed in unison. The brown-haired boy reflexively did what they asked, thus beginning to be scolded by them. Issei, I hope someone feels the same as I feel right now, said the caster, crying like a waterfall. In a dimension very, very far from that of our protagonist. There was a white-haired man being scolded by his girls at biblical levels for bringing 2 more girls home. I hope someone feels the same as I feel right now, said the white-haired man, crying in anime style. Did you say something, darling? Asked a platinum-haired girl with a certain resemblance to Graphia, with a smile but accompanied by a terrifying aura. Nothing, Angelica-sama, she continued, crying non-stop. Returning to our protagonist. Issei, I hope someone feels the same as I feel right now, said the caster, crying like a waterfall. Ravel, don't say that, Issei-sama. Issei, but Ravel. The girls began to approach the brown-haired boy, which began to scare him to no end. Issei, 4 girls, let me explain, help. Girls, divine punishment. Kagaya. Jin-sama, said Amiko, worried as she saw how he was being punished, behind the door through the open door. The others also felt the same, but it would be a mistake to interrupt now. And so was the return of our protagonist after having defeated a large army that aimed to subdue all women into Highschool toys. Chapter 22, Back to School. Megumi appears. After a little conversation between the brown-haired boy and the girls, everything had calmed down now. The brown-haired boy was sitting on a sofa looking at the ceiling while a ghost came out of his mouth. Now the girls from Eostia could enter. Seeing how the brown-haired boy was something they had not seen since they met him. Not even Venelana's scolding made him stay like that. Kagaya, don't you think they went too far with Jean? Said the Miko when she saw how the brown-haired boy was. Seraphal, maybe, but I will reward my Issei-chan, said the flirtatious Mao. Venelana, well, now I have to tell you something else, said the Bale. Those who did not know what she would say paid close attention to the chestnut. Venelana, you already know that Yakumo Jin is your other name, right? I asked the Eostia girls, who nod. Venelana, and his name is also Hyoudou Issei, right? The aforementioned affirmed again. Alicia, even though you already told us a little about why you have two names, now you have a third. Why do you tell us that? Yasaka, well, nobody knows that he is Hyoudou Issei, they only know that his name is Jin, and nothing more. Maya, so nobody knows that he is the hero of the factions. Venelana, only the leaders of the underworld, heaven, yokai and Olympus. Azazel, no longer being the leader of the fallen, no longer counted. Venelana, we don't want anyone to know that he is Issei, so please keep this secret, she said. Celestine, you can trust us not to say anything. Lulu, rest assured. Claudia, I give you my word. Kagaya, I know you're right, that's why I'll keep the secret. Maya, as his wife, his secret is safe. Prim, I won't say anything. Olga, I suppose part of it is also because of your daughter, isn't it, Venezuelan? Chloe, Jin's ex-fiancée? Venelana, it's true, my daughter and her entourage decided to continue with their lives and not wait for Issei. Alice, why did they do it? Don't they love him? Ross, sure they did, but they've already waited too long. Lulu mucho? Leify, you see, what happened was. Thus the magician told about how the brown-haired boy changed places with the leaders to keep Trihexa in that dimension, where 7 years passed, where Rias, Aquino, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina believed that he was already dead. The girls were scared to finish listening to that. They felt sorry for the brown-haired boy, giving everything so that in the end they would leave him. They felt angry, but the most angry were Olga and Chloe. Sona, calm down, Issei doesn't want revenge or anything like that, he'll just feel indifference. Seraphal, only Issei-chan will decide when to reveal herself. Claudia, I understand, it is a very wise decision. Penemu, good. Now let's go to dinner, what's waiting for us at home? Said the Fall. Ravel, that's right, Ka-sama and Tu-sama are waiting for us. Alicia, don't they live here? Gabriel, it's just that Issei studies somewhere else, and that world is less likely to discover him. Lilith, I want to eat now. Kuroka, I was so looking forward to eating now. Naya. Ophis, I know you still have questions, but they will be answered after dinner. Kagaya, and what about my family? Graphia, I made sure he had the best treatment. Ross, tomorrow we'll take them to buy some clothes. Lulu, what's wrong with our clothes? Kunu, it's the clothes they wear, in this world, how to say it. Tsubaki, perverted was what the Queen of Sona said. Olga, I've always worn these clothes, I don't know what's perverted about them. Gabriel, let's go, there are still 4 days until Issei-kun returns to school. In these 4 days we will show you the city, said the Seraph with a smile. At that the chestnut tree wakes up, with a slight headache. Issei, girls, I had a very strange dream, he said, floating his head. Lilith, and what is Issei and I? Issei, that you punished me. Kagaya, Jean, no, he didn't finish speaking because Penemu covered his mouth. Penemu, We wouldn't do something like that, hee. It was just a dream. Issei, but it felt very real. Serafal, look at the time, we have to go back for dinner. Olphus immediately opened a gap and they all entered, heading towards the Hyoudou residence in the World of Heroes. World of Heroes, Hyoudou residence. The group appeared in the living room, where Castano's father was reading a newspaper, which he only said about heroes. Takashi, oh son, girls are back, how was your day? Asked the father, but looking more closely at the newcomers, there were several new faces. Takashi, I see there are new faces, are they your friends? Fuyumi, darling. Have you returned yet? If so, help me prepare the table for dinner, said the chestnut tree's mother in the kitchen. Grafia, Rosweiss, Kunu and Leife were the ones who prepared the table for dinner, while the rest of the girls showed the new ones the place where they could live. It should also be said that Akane also went with them, leaving the brown-haired boy and his father alone. Takashi, son, tell me who they are? Issei, well, they are my partners, said the brown-haired boy, somewhat unsure, since he wouldn't know how his father would react, and even less when he tells his mother. Takashi, all of them? Issei, most of them. Takashi, son, you leave me for a day and come back with more girls, that's impossible. Issei, let's say that where I was, about a month and a half past he. The father did not understand very well, but now there is only one question left. Takashi, so the little one too? Issei, no, she is my daughter, answered the brown-haired boy. His father didn't say anything. He got up from his seat and went to the kitchen, where his wife was, along with some girls from the chestnut tree. Takashi, honey, we have our first granddaughter, exclaimed the father, all happy. Inside the kitchen, the first thing that was heard was a plate falling to the floor and breaking, and then the conversation between father and wife began. Fuyumi, what? So fast? Takashi, and I already brought him home, and he also brought more handcuffs. Fuyumi, my boy already has his first daughter, and he also brought me another daughter-in-law. I'm so happy, said the woman in the kitchen. The brown-haired boy in the room had a smile accompanied by a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. During dinner, the parents couldn't be happier to see their granddaughter, as well as their new daughter-in-law, and that was just when their son had become a man. Fuyumi, and who is the mother? Asked the woman while feeding her granddaughter. The girls smiled in response. Girls, it's me. No, it's me. The parents were confused, they didn't understand, so the brown-haired boy told them about Akane. His parents understood, but they didn't care, she was their granddaughter and that's it. Fuyumi, so how did you meet my son? I asked the new girls. Prim, Kasama, this is how it happened. Thus the pink-haired girl began to tell how she met the brown-haired boy and how she fell in love with him, in addition to breaking her engagement, and saying that she was the one Akane called mom. Alicia, it was like this for me, telling how he saved her from being captured by the minister's betrayal, and how he proved to be someone important to her. Olga, he rescued me from being raped by a bunch of men. Afterwards, so the Dark Queen told what it was like after she and the brown-haired man met. So each one continued to talk about how they met the chestnut. If the chestnut's parents did not know about the supernatural, surely she would faint, but thanks to the fact that she knew about that, they could only say one thing. Fuyumi, son, and when will the wedding be? The mother asked with stars in her eyes. Takashi, I couldn't be more proud of you, son, said the father, crying comically, giving him a thumbs up. After dinner, the new ones had finally introduced themselves to their parents. Olga, Chloe, Alicia, Prim, Kagaya, Maya, Lulu introduced themselves as Brown's partners, while Celestine introduced herself somewhat similarly. On Claudia's part, she introduced herself as normal with some insecurity without introducing herself like the others yet, since among all of them, she was the one who showed the least affection. But then the chestnut remembered something. Issei, what happened to Azazel? Penemu, when the lazy guy found out you were back, he immediately went out dragging Ajuka to a bar to rest. I don't think we'll see him in a few days, the cadre said. Issei, well, now all that's left is for you to choose your room. I'm going to take a bath in this way. The brown-haired boy left the room, leaving his parents, the girls and his daughter. Griselda, fine, then we'll give each of you a quarter. Ross, the good thing is that I still have several left. Seraphal, don't worry, if there aren't any left, we just have to add more hee. Olga, it's not necessary for me, I'll sleep with Jean. A great silence fell over the room. Fuyumi, come on Akane-chan, Grandma and Grandpa will take you to the pool to play. Akane, yes, pool, said the little girl happily. Takeshi, Grandpa will bring toys for you to play with. So they went to the roof to the smallest pool, so that Akane could play. Returning to the girls, they heard what Olga said. Kuroka, you won't do it, Naya. Olga, why? Sona, because everyone will take turns sleeping with Issei. Tsubaki, from 3 or 4 he will sleep with him, we will take turns every night. Lilith, today is Lilith's turn, said the copy of Ophis. Seraphal, and me. Venelana, none of you. DxD girls, eh? Venelana, how about helping those who are not marked by Issei? Yasaka, I don't like the idea very much, but it's fair, so you 3, said the oldest kitsune to Celestine, Claudia and Lulu. The aforementioned heard that. Lulu was happy because now she had the opportunity to be even closer to the brown-haired girl. Celestine was red, Claudia, well, she was babbling things that could not be understood. Venelana, what do you girls think about the supernatural? I asked the girls. Penemu, I have no problem, hee. I'll have more time with Issei-kun very soon, said the fallen one who licked her lips. Gabriel, we must all be equal, said the seraph. Graphia, I think I'll sleep with Issei-sama another day, the maid said. It wasn't exactly sleeping yet. Venelana, then it's decided, you 3 will sleep with Issei-kun today, said the Baal to the 3 mentioned by Yasaka. Sona, I know you don't have any clothes to sleep in, so we'll lend you some and tomorrow we'll go shopping for all of you. Boom! An explosion was heard, all of them got into battle. Graphia immediately went for her father-in-law and her daughter to keep them safe, while the others would look for the cause of this. Eh! A scream alarmed everyone. They knew who the voice was from. It was the brown-haired boys, and they all quickly went to where the brown-haired boy was. Moments before, with Megumi, the green-haired girl had returned to her place where she would watch the dimensions. After a long discussion with Navi about their respective loves, she had returned. The goddess saw in the dimension where the problem was. Seeing that everything was normal, she sensed that the brown-haired boy had finished with the problem, so most likely he returned to the world of heroes, so she immediately opened a portal to see, and it was true, but what she found was something that she would keep in her mind forever. And that was that the brown-haired boy was bathing, letting her see Brown's full body. A big blush was present. Megumi, Kagaya! The girl shouted, I think it's the best time to present Fufu, she said to herself. Then she created a portal to go to the brown-haired boy. Kan Issei/Jean. The chestnut tree was inside a large tub, lying down, letting the hot water consume it. Issei, it feels good to be home, doesn't it, Drake? Said the brown-haired boy to his dragon. Drake, I needed to take a hot bath. I left the Welsh dragon in its chibi mode floating on the water. Issei, tomorrow I will have to show the city to the girls, Kagaya's parents and the nuns. It will be a long day. Drake, I see you've taken a certain liking to your followers, ha ha ha, he mocked his bearer. Issei, maybe, but as they say, you can never beat a woman. Changing the subject, tell me about Grand Nine, hee. Drake, let's see. I met him before during a break that Albion and I put in our fight. It was before we were sealed. I met him when I went to rest near a lake, and while I saw him bathing he couldn't continue speaking as the brown-haired boy started to laugh. Issei, bwajajajajaja, and you tell me that I was a pervert, ha 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 ha, he mocked. Sorry, well then continue. Drake, as I was saying, that was our first meeting. He sent me flying with his air attacks, and then he started attacking me. I emerged victorious from that fight. And when females lose to a male they fall in love with him, and let's say it was mutual. From then on we lived together for a while, a few days before he sealed us. I went to look for her, but there was no trace of her. She disappeared completely. Instead I found her sister. Issei's sister? Dragon, I went to Tiamat. Issei, what? Is she Gandine's sister? Drake, Well, how to say it, he blames me for Grandine's disappearance, in addition to stealing his treasure. Issei, that's new. I thought he was only chasing you to steal his treasure, but this is something new. Drake, but I know she's alive somewhere. Remember the white-haired brat with the demon arm? Issei, you're talking about Mira-Jane? Drake, yes, I don't know if it was my imagination. For a moment I felt Grandine's presence, but maybe it's my imagination. There is no way for dragons to travel to other dimensions except for Trihexa, Great Red and Ophis. Before continuing to talk about theories, a green light appeared behind the chestnut tree. He looked curious as to what it was. Issei, what the hell? I didn't finish speaking as the light exploded, raising a large amount of water. The brown-haired boy was thrown out of the large tub. Suddenly he felt something weigh on him. He raised his head to look, and found himself facing a girl with green hair and eyes, with a big, thin body, but she was naked and hugging him. Issei, hey, who are you? Megumi, let me introduce myself, dear. My name is Megumi, but you know me as Shikigami, was what the girl said with a smile to the brown-haired boy, while she clung a little to his body. Drake, being so off guard, was floating over the tub with circles in his eyes. Issei? Present. The girls quickly entered the bathroom, where the scream was heard. Girls, Issei/Jean. They exclaimed, but when they saw how the brown-haired boy was, it was the opposite of what they thought. What they saw was that the brown-haired boy was on the ground, while being hugged by a very beautiful green-haired girl. Issei, no, it's not what it seems, she appeared out of nowhere, said the brown-haired boy, scared, feeling the aura of most of the girls. The girls didn't listen to him and slowly approached the chestnut tree. Issei, I'm dead, he said with a blue face and swallowed hard. Moments later. Now they were all gathered in the living room. After it was not an attack, the brown-haired boy's parents went to put little Akane to bed. While the brown-haired boy had several bandages, not to say much, all over his body, he was also on his knees. It seemed like he was being judged. Megumi, she was already dressed in her typical white dress with accessories. She was the same as the brown-haired girl, but she didn't care. She found the situation funny. Seraphal, who are you? And why were you with Issei-chan? The Mao asked the green-haired girl. Megumi, allow me to introduce myself, she said while standing. Behind her a chair appeared as if it were a throne. She sat there. Megumi, my name is Megumi, or better known as Shikigami, the guardian of dimensions, said the woman. This surprised everyone. In front of them was the goddess of breasts, or so the brown-haired man had been saying for a long time. Alicia, what were you doing with Jean in the bathroom? She asked with authority. Megumi, what else? Of course it's to meet him, hee. This brought out some veins in more than one person. Megumi, I also came to congratulate you for saving Eostia. Thank you for saving that world. This surprised everyone again. Maya, how do you know about that? Megumi, I can see everything that happens in the different dimensions, plus Gundalf asked me for help. Celestine, my master? Megumi, that's right, he knew that Eostia was approaching that threat. At first he thought about facing him, but he had a bad feeling knowing that he had a fake boosted gear, so he asked me for help. Chloe, but you didn't do anything. Megumi, I can't intervene directly, it's a rule, I can only give support. That's why I decided to send Issei-kun to that world. Penemu, but she was absorbed by Azazel's machine. Megumi, who do you think was involved in that accident happening? I put interference in that machine, since Issei was more than enough. Tsubaki, now it makes some sense. Sona, couldn't you have sent someone else? Megumi, of course I had someone else in mind, it was an Issei from another dimension. Kuroka, what era are you in? Megumi, he is a genius in magic and technology. He calls himself wizard. He has great power that rivals the dragon gods. Leifi, why didn't you send it? Megumi, because he had his own problems. Besides the fact that they are trying to get him to regain his memory, and the presence that I felt in that world went beyond what that Issei could face, so Jean was the best option. Girl's memory? Megumi, he lost his memory under a ritual unknown to many. When he woke up, he no longer knew who he was. But luckily there were some of you there to help him remember something. Graphia, who among us? Megumi, the Valkyrie, the Phoenix, the Nicomeda, the Citrus, the Seraph, and the Fallen are the ones who are currently with him, as if nothing happened. The aforementioned felt happy to know that once again other versions of themselves were taking care of the chestnut tree of that world. Megumi, I'll just say that Rias and the others are related to that, because of a mistake they made, said the goddess. Some got angry, but it wasn't something they wanted to know. Megumi, what else do I have to say? Thought the goddess with a finger on her chin. Megumi, oh yes. Your reward? Said the goddess, approaching the chestnut. The green-haired girl kissed the brown-haired girl. Those who saw this were still, since they did not expect this to be a reward. After a few minutes, the green-haired girl separated from the brown-haired girl due to lack of air. Megumi, and Chloe, come closer. The aforementioned approached her. Chloe, what do you need? Megumi, I have seen your life, and I am sorry that you had to live that. To tell the truth, Issei would have arrived before what happened to the ogres, but at that moment something got in the way, preventing him from arriving at that moment. But until a little later the goddess apologized. Chloe, no need to apologize, Megumi-sama. Maybe it was something that was beyond your reach at the time. Megumi, for that reason, I will give you something very important, said the goddess, causing a light to surround the half-elf for a moment until she became a disciple. Megumi approached Chloe to say something, and she made sure that no one would hear her. Chloe turned red, but she showed a smile. Chloe, thank you very much, Megumi-sama. The girl thanked the goddess. Megumi, it's nothing, I hope you enjoy it, hee. Well, that's all, I'll come visit you another day. So see you later, honey. The goddess said goodbye, disappearing. Issei, I think a lot of things happened in one day. Let's go to sleep, he said, still in shock. They all nodded and immediately returned to their respective rooms, except for three, which were Celestine, Claudia, and Lulu. Issei, and you? Celestine, WLUC. Issei's room. Issei, how is that? Ha sigh, good night, girls. After what Celestine told him that the three of them would sleep with the brown-haired boy, of course omitting some things, the brown-haired boy accepted. It wasn't that he didn't like her, but maybe they didn't like that idea, but I think it was the opposite. Celestine was lying on the chestnut's right side. She was dressed in a strappy sleepwear. The white color definitely suited her. Her face had a slight red color. Celestine, what, sleep well, Jijin, said the elf nervously, but smiling at him. She snuggled a little closer to the brown-haired boy to feel the warmth coming from his body. This was something new for her, but she didn't dislike it. She felt the opposite. Without further ado, she fell asleep. Claudia was wearing something similar to what Celestine had, only it was longer. It was notched on the left side of her chestnut hair, and she had a slight blush. Claudia, sleep well, she tried to sound normal, which she did not. She turned around, staying on her back. She didn't want him to see how she was now, but a smile appeared on her face. Lulu, the loli, was wearing pajamas for children. It was light purple with dragon drawings. It was given by Ophis. She looked cute. She was on brown. Lulu, sleep well, Jean, said the loli with a smile, to give a quick kiss to the brown-haired boy and then snuggle up more on the brown-haired boy. The chestnut smiled and then fell asleep as well. Next day, 6 of 9. The chestnut, his girls, his parents, his daughter, the Fujimoto family, even the nuns were there. Everyone was at the Kiyoshi's shopping center. Today was the day to help the newcomers adapt a little to life in this world. Of course, everyone wore casual clothes so as not to attract attention. Those who came from Estatia were wide-eyed. It was something they had never seen. Even what they were selling was something they had never seen before. Olga, this is impressive, was the only thing she said. Chloe, even the best objects in our world can't compare to this. Issei, don't say this. Besides, we came to buy things for you, since I want you to adapt to this world. Besides, it will be fun, hee. Also clothes for Akane. Then Alana, fine, we'll split into groups, and meet at this very spot in 2 hours. They all accepted and began to form groups. The brown one, well, all of them along with their parents would go to see clothes for Akane. The Hyoudou, along with their daughter/granddaughter, visited every clothing store for children, Akane tried on any type of clothing. It must be said that the brown-haired boy's parents took photos. While the brown-haired boy watched this with a smile, a memory came to his mind of when he was not yet Issei. He lived with his grandfather. He sighed to approach his daughter. Issei, tell me, which one do you like more, Akane-chan? Akane, this one, said the little girl, pointing to a very cute set of clothes. Takashi, then, Grandma will help you, hee. Fuyumi, come on Akane-chan, Grandma will help you change. With the girls, they won the glances of any man who was around them. Even if they went in groups, it was very easy to run into each other. The Hyoudou girls tried on clothes non-stop. Money was no problem. After all, the brown-haired boy could get more. Kagaya's parents, along with her brothers and sister, also bought things. Although most of them were Japanese style, it was the closest to their way of dressing, and they also explained to them about some things that they did not understand. The nuns, therefore, did not know what to buy. Besides clothes, they were grateful for what they had, in addition to the fact that their figure of belief would take them to such an incredible world. To say that no girl was hit on by men would be a lie. Some men tried to get something done with the girls, but they were completely ignored by them. They were persistent. But with just one look from Penemu, Chloe, Maya, Graphia, they were scared and they would run away. The shopping took a while. There were so many bags that you couldn't imagine. The good thing is that some of them were sent to the residence with the help of a magic circle. It was time to meet up. Everyone was in the same starting point. Only their in-laws and their chestnut tree were missing. It didn't take long for them to see that she was approaching. Upon seeing her mothers, Akane flew towards them. This time she was in Sona's arms, who gladly carried her. Sona, did you buy a lot of nice clothes, Akane? The youngest Citri asked her daughter. Akane, yes mom, it sounds. Hee. Tsubaki, were you good? Akane, yes mom, Tsubaki. Chestnut's parents finally arrived. Fuyumi, did you have fun learning a little about this world? Prim, Kasama, there are many things that I have never seen, it's incredible. Kagaya, there are many things that would make living in Hyoudou easier, their progress is impressive. Olga, it's true, besides there are people with powers, and being a hero is a profession. Alice, and Jean? Takashi, there he comes, he said the father, pointing to a pile of bags that was being carried by the brown-haired boy, of whom only his feet could be seen. Issei, I think it was more than I had thought. Fuyumi, come on son, it's all for little Akane. Issei, you're right, Kasan teleported to the house. Well, is everyone gathered? The answer was yes. Without further ado, they decided to go to a restaurant to eat, since it was a good idea. The dinner was large. Unfortunately for the newcomers, they did not know the lyrics. With the help of those who knew, they had no problems. But for the Fujimoto family, they knew these lyrics since it was Japanese, the same as in their world. During dinner, they mostly talk about the experiences they had in this world, some trivial things. At the end of dinner, it was already night. Everyone returned to the Hyoudou residence. Of course, they made sure that no one in the theater was there. Upon arriving at the residence, the Fujimoto family and the nuns said goodbye to everyone and thanked them for this great experience. Without further ado, they were taken back to their respective homes in the underworld, the territory of the chestnut tree on the part of Ophis. During the 3 days that remained, the girls got to know each other better, in addition to introducing the brown-haired boy to those who still did not know him in great detail. It must be said that they were surprised that there were more existing worlds. In addition to explaining that the brown-haired boy was a deity from another world who was reincarnated in his own DxD, in addition to showing the city of Masudafu, the city in which they currently lived, in addition to telling that in this world some people were born with peculiarities or quirks, which allows them to have a superhuman ability. Every time they went out, the brown-haired man went out with them. It must be said that no man approached them, for a simple reason, the brown-haired man's gaze, to the point that it caused her fear of seeing a dragon in front of them. With Megumi, the guardian was watching the brown-haired boy. Besides finding out that it was that powerful presence that she felt in the world of Hyoudou, she tried to track it, but it was useless. Megumi, good. I already introduced myself. Now I just need to be closer to him. I got it. You're in for a big surprise, honey, said the green-haired girl, already with a plan? World of Heroes. Today was the day of going back to school. The Chestnut, Seraphal, Leify, Ravel, Kunu and Ophis got ready for the return to school, after a week because of the attack by the League of Villains. Issei, we're leaving now. Behave, Akane. Don't give Grandpa and Grandma any trouble, he said, caressing the little girl's head. Akane, I'll behave, hee. Seraphal, Mom's Seraphal will be back very soon, Akane-chan. I hugged the aforementioned. Kunu, Mother, take care, be careful. I feel that something bad will happen today, said the younger Kitsune to her mother. Since she woke up, she had the feeling that something bad would happen. Yasaka, it's okay, daughter, it's probably a problem with the documents, hee. Kunu, I hope so. Issei, Kunu-chan, if something happens to Yasaka, I will immediately go to her aid. You have nothing to worry about. Kunu, thank you, Issei-dano. Ravel, okay, Grafia-sama, you can send this letter to my parents. Leify, mine too, Grafia-sama. The two gave some letters to the maida who agreed to their request. Ophis, take care, Akane. If we don't hurry, we'll be late. The brown-haired boy said goodbye to everyone with a kiss. Perhaps because he was in a hurry, he ended up kissing Celestine and Claudia too. And these two have not yet said what they feel for the brown-haired boy. Without further ado, the group set out on their way to the UA Academy. Sona, well then, we will return to our work. Let's go. Tsubaki, Ross Weiss and Kuroka the aforementioned nodded. Ross, portrait of Akane-chan. Kuroka, Mama Kuroka will be back very soon, Naya. Tsubaki, take care, Akane. Akane, bye moms. Without further ado, they went to the Citri Academy. Yasaka, well, I guess I'll also return to my job as leader. By Akane-chan, the leader already left in the direction of Kyoto. Penemu, I'll go to work and Azazel will introduce me, hee. Gabriel, and what is it? Penemu, it's a secret, hee. See you later. Without further ado, the group left the residence. Nobody knew what it was, but judging by the smile he gave, it didn't give him a good feeling. Gabriel, then Griselda and I will go visit heaven. Celestine, heaven? Griselda, territory of the angels, do you want to come? Celestine, what do you say? Can we? Gabriel, of course. Claudia, then it will be an honor. Prim, I'd love to, wouldn't I, Alice Ne-sama? Alicia, it will be incredible to meet beings like that. Maya, you guys go, me and Lulu will stay and watch that thing called TV, hee. Lulu, that's true, and I forgot to ask Jean if I could attend the academy with him, so have fun. Kagaya, I will go see my parents, with your permission, Ka-sama. Tu-sama, said Damiko with a bow. Fuyumi, we'll go with you, we want to get to know one of my daughters-in-law's family better. Takashi, that's true, besides I wanted to invite your father to have a drink, hee. Olga, Chloe and I will accompany Venelana-san. Chloe, I want to see what the other parts of the underworld are like, that's why I asked Venelana-sama. Venelana, Fuyumi-san, can I take Akane to introduce her to my son? He will love to know that he has another little sister, Fufufu. Fuyumi, sure, Akane, behave well with your mom. Akane, yes, grandma. Venelana, okay, now we all go. Grafia, could you? Grafia, of course. Venelana-sama, the Lucifuge created a magic circle where they took everyone to the Chestnut territory to leave Kagaya and her in-laws, leaving Maya and Lulu alone. Maya, so what do you want to do? Lulu, play video games, said the lowly as she ran to the console room. Maya, wait for me, I challenge you to a fight in Blaze Blue, she said in a challenging tone to her harem partner. UA Academy, Room 1A. The brown-haired boy and his girls had arrived on time. They took their seats to wait for classes to start, but everyone was talking about the news of the attack. Hagakure, Nene, did you see the news last night? The invisible girl asked one of her classmates, receiving a nod in response. Did you see how everyone in the class was on screen for a second? I didn't go out, she said, the last part somewhat discouraged. Shoji, that's right. Ojiro, it's hard for them to see you like that, isn't it? Said the boy with a tail, since in the image that had appeared in the news you could see all the girls in the class, well, as for them he could only see their gloves. Kaminari. But all the channels made a big deal out of it, said the electric blonde. Kirishima. That's right, I was surprised. Jairu. You can't blame them. The hero course that didn't have many professional heroes present was attacked, and they didn't know what really happened, said the girl along with one of her jack cables. Zero. Who knows what would have happened if the pros hadn't arrived in time when they did, he said, somewhat relaxed since they were saved. The truth is that nothing would have happened. He has a dragon goddess, a Mao, a supreme god. With that and on top of that he would have easily finished off everyone. Mineta, stop it, seriously. Just thinking about it makes me sweat, and said the scared little pervert. This annoyed a certain explosive blonde. Bakugo, shut up. Shut up. Trash. He said angrily, scaring Mineta and also Midoriya. Satu. But as expected from All Might, he pushed back all those powerful villains, he said while punching the air. Tokoimi. Certainly, his strength is incredible. Not counting Hyoudou's, he was able to confront that creature too. He even destroyed part of his body, said the bird head. The last thing made everyone look at the brown-haired man. Momo. That's true, Issei-kun, and when we were separated, you took care of most of the villains that surrounded us. Issei. It was quite difficult, he said, scratching the back of his neck. Jairu. To tell the truth, when you and All Might hit that thing, you could see that your quirks were very similar. Seraphal. To tell the truth, Issei-chan, if she had wanted to, she would have finished off that thing, said the Mao. Ophis. Certainly it wouldn't be a problem. Again the group doubted what he said, since they knew that the brown-haired boy was strong, but to what extent? What Ophis said put them in doubt, or they took it as a joke. While Todoroki and Bakugo looked at the brown-haired boy, they definitely wanted to beat the brown-haired boy, especially the explosive blonde, being surpassed, not by one, but by several, most of which were women. Lida, everyone. Class is about to start, everyone to your seats, said the class president. Class, we're already seated, you're the only one who isn't. Lida, shit, she said with a little anger. Uraraka, don't worry, said the brunette behind Lida, reassuring him. Mina, Tsuyu-chan, who do you think? I almost fell from my seat. If it weren't for the aforementioned who prevented me from falling, will he be our teacher today? The girl asked. Tsuyu, well, Aizawa-sensei is supposed to be in the hospital for his injuries. He couldn't continue speaking as the door to the living room opened, revealing the heroine Midnight. Class, Midnight-sensei? The class exclaimed, which had several reactions on the part of the men because they were happy to see such a beautiful woman, especially for Mineta and Kaminari, who were drooling, but Todoroki and Bakugo didn't care. Lida didn't care either. Midoriya. With the brown-haired boy, he felt a chill when he saw the woman. Remembering how he almost took off all her clothes to check if she was okay. The girls, well, nothing out of the ordinary, except that Ophis, Seraphal, Ravel, Kunu, Jairu and Momo saw him, hoping that the same thing wouldn't happen again with the brown-haired boy. Midnight, good morning, said the woman, looking at the class and then focusing on a certain brown-haired boy. Mineta, genial, Midnight. Kaminari, now that's a master. Lida, Midnight-sensei, are you going to replace Aizawa-sensei for the moment? She asked, raising her hand. The teacher smiled, walked until she was near the place where the brown-haired boy was, smiled at him, as if the brown-haired boy got nervous. Midnight, well, you see, before continuing to speak, she sat on the brunette's lap, making most of the men jealous, and her girls jealous. Midnight, Aizawa-sensei is recovering from his injuries. I will take his place while he is recovering, said the woman, wrapping her arms around Chestnut's neck. Any questions? Seraphal, why are you like this with Issei-chan? The Mao asked angrily. Midnight, what's wrong with it? It's to strengthen the bond between teacher and student, isn't it? Issei-kun, she said sensually. Mineta, damn Hyoudou! Exclaimed the pervert with much envy. Ravel, get away from Issei-sama. They stayed like this for a few minutes until they finally managed to get the woman off of them, who was now in front of the class. Midnight, well, now I have something important to tell you. I didn't finish speaking as the door opened again. Everyone fixed their eyes on the door to see who it was. What they saw left them speechless, especially the supernatural group. Penemu, good morning guys, today I will be your teacher, I hope we get along well, the group greeted. Mineta, yes, another Hexy teacher. Long live the hero's course, he screamed with happiness. Issei and his girls, Penemu? Penemu, oh Issei-kun, girls, what a coincidence, he said to cadre. Coincidence, of course, but the truth was that he he asked Azazel to give him a job at the UA. Serafal, I don't think it's a coincidence, tell me, did you come for Issei-chan? Penemu, how do you think, I was just looking for a job and this came up, he said, lying. Midnight, hey, I didn't get any information that you would be the new teacher, I was supposed to take Aizawa's place, she said, looking at the group. Penemu, well, you were wrong, I will be the one to take that position for now. Midnight, what did you say? Both women collided their chests for a confrontation, which pleased most of the men. Issei, Penemu, Midnight-sensei, calm down, he tried to calm the two women. Penemu/Midnight, to your place. Like a flash of lightning, the chestnut tree was already in its place, all silent. The door opened again, this time revealing Azazel. Azazel, Midnight, I see you've already met Penemu, she will be with us in charge of Class 1F for an indeterminate period of time. Midnight, fine, but as long as he doesn't bother me during my time with Issei-kun, I'm fine. A vein appeared on the face of the cadre who had a tick in one of her eyebrows, but seeing the brown-haired man's reaction, who told her, "Don't do anything out of the ordinary, please," she had to let it go. This was for the rest of her harem. Azazel, Midnight, have you given him the news yet? Midnight, I was about to say that, but I was interrupted. Azazel, fine, if that's the case, I'll make the announcement. Azazel stood in front of everything to say. Azazel, the fight is not over yet, said the former governor, causing the majority to tense. Bakugo fight? Midoriya, maybe? He said, thinking about the League of Villains. Mineta, the villains again? He said, scared to death. Azazel, the UA Sports Festival is coming up soon, he said with a smile. This changed the tension to one of excitement. Class, that's a super normal event. They all exclaimed happily since they knew about the event, except for the brown-haired boy and his girls. Kirishima, great, that's the biggest event of the U. He didn't finish speaking because Kaminaria silenced him. Jairu, do you think it's a good idea to have that festival shortly after the attack? The girl asked doubtfully. This caught everyone's attention. Ojiro, what will happen if he attacks again? Azazel, it is true that it is as you say, but leaving that aside, the security of the UA has been reinforced 5 times. Besides, it would be suicide for them to come here with them present, he said mockingly, the last thing he said referring to the brown-haired boy and his girls. Currently, facing the chestnut would technically be suicide, not to mention that he would be facing the one who would put him in his grave. Azazel, also, this festival would be perfect to show their skills as future heroes, and it is not an event that can be cancelled by some villains. But a certain pervert was trembling with fear. Mineta, but there's a good reason, right? It's just a festival. Midoriya, Mineta-kun, have you never seen the UA sports festivals? Mineta, of course, but that's not what I mean. Returning with Azazel. Azazel, the sports festival, is one of the biggest events in Japan. With the rise of quirks, the Olympics were replaced by them, and the biggest event in Japan is this sports festival. Mano, the country's professionals will be watching us, for recruiting purposes, he said with determination. Mineta, I know, he said somewhat unsure. Kaminaria, after graduating, it is normal to join a professional agency as a partner, explained the blonde. Jairu, and many because of that lose their chance to become independent after that and end up being just a partner. Kaminaria, I feel like you will be one of them, since you are an idiot, she mocked her partner. Midnight, of course, joining a famous agency will give you more experience and popularity, so try hard if you want to be professional, she said while everyone got excited to give their best at the event. 1 chance each year, you have 3 in total, no aspiring hero could miss this event, so do your best, especially you, Issei-kun. I'll be cheering you on, said the woman, winking at him. Azazel, okay, that's all, class is over, he said that and left. Midnight wanted to stay, but she blew a kiss to the brown-haired boy and left since she had other jobs. Penemu, well, she also left, but not before winking at the brown-haired boy. Thus the other classes continued their course until the time of the arm-raising. Lunchtime. Kirishima, even with everything that happened, I'm totally excited, the redhead said with a smile. Zero, if we give a good presentation, we will take the first step towards becoming professionals, the boy also said excitedly. Satu, it was good to come to you, he said, bumping his fists. Tokoemi, we must not waste these opportunities. The four of them were talking while others were also talking about this. Aoyama, I stand out just by standing, so I'll be the center of attention, right? Said the blonde to a classmate. With another group from the classroom. Kaminari, you're so lucky, Shoji, your muscles stand out on their own, said the electric blonde. There were present the brown-haired boy and his girls too, along with Momo and Jairu. Shoji, that doesn't mean I'm useful. Jairu, I think the best one who will stand out is Hyoudou, don't you think? Momo, I have to admit, during the attack you already saw what he was capable of. Issei, anyone can excel if they try hard. Serafal, that's true, plus I think it will be a fun event. Ravel, that's true, I wonder what it will be like. Leifi, me too. Kunu, I've seen what they're like in other schools, what difference does that make? Uraraka, guys, let's do our best at the sports festival, she said with a somewhat different attitude than usual. The girl's attitude caught everyone's attention. Sure, she was saying she'll try hard too, but the way she said it made everyone sweat. A little later, Uraraka, Midoriya, Lida, Issei, Serafal, Ravel, Ophis, Leifi and Kunu were talking in the hallways about why they wanted to be a professional hero. The brown-haired boy said that it was great to be one in addition to being able to help. This was the same for the girls. Even though they lied, it was not necessary to be a hero to be able to help. Uraraka said it was for money, to give her parents a better life, which was the main reason. It was an admirable reason, anyone would do that for their family, and she was congratulated by those present. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha voice made itself present. Everyone knew who that voice belonged to. All Might, young Midoriya, young Hyoudou, I found you, he said with his typical attitude. Midoriya, All Might? Issei, what do you need? All Might, lunch, do you want to eat with me? Asked the symbol of peace. Uraraka did not know how to express what she saw. She looked like a maiden, so to speak. How are you? The two mentioned accepted, while the rest would go to the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, Uraraka talked about trivial things until she came out with, Uraraka, I wonder what he wants with Deku-kun and Issei-kun. Lida, from what I heard, during the attack, both of them helped All Might. Serafal, that's right, I see Chan kept that monster busy with lightning. Kunu, maybe that's why. Uraraka, I understand. Lida added to what Ajiri said, that both of their quirks resembled his in certain points. But this was heard by a white and red-haired medium. Todoroki, All Might, Midoriya Izuku and Hyoudou Issei, was what the son of hero number 2 thought. Kan Issei and Midoriya. Both were in a living room. The symbol spoke of their time limit that had dropped to 50 minutes due to exceeding it on multiple occasions, which alarmed Midoriya. He can barely maintain his muscular form for an hour and a half, and he also talked about how the green-haired boy was doing with his inherited quirk, which is still a problem in using it, but the brown-haired boy would ask Azazel to help with that. Issei, I wonder if it will work, was what the brown-haired boy said, which caught the attention of the two present. Midoriya, what are we talking about, Issei-kun? Issei, about making it last longer. All Might, is it even possible? Issei, I don't know, but we can try. All Might, what is the form? Issei, acupuncture. All Might, I don't think it will work, but thanks. Issei, no, mine is different, it is much more effective than the normal ones. Midoriya, but you know about that? Issei, yes, an old man taught me, if you want we can try it, we don't lose anything by just trying, what does All Might Sensei say? All Might, you're right, well, what do I have to do? Issei, show me your wound. departure time. Uraraka, why? What's happening? She exclaimed, since at the exit of the classroom there were a lot of students from other classes. The rest of the room had similar shocked expressions. Lita, what business do you have with our class? I asked politely. Mineta, we can't leave. Why did you come? Bakugo, investigate the enemy, trash. Knowing that we survived the villain's attack, they most likely want to know who they are facing at the festival, he said with a neutral attitude until reaching the exit. Bakugo, get out of my way, extras, he said, showing an annoyed look. The blonde's attitude would definitely bring problems to the group, which made some of them nervous and others prayed that he wouldn't do something stupid. I came to see what the famous Class A was like, but you seem very arrogant, said a voice that seemed bored, showing itself to the group. He was a boy with pale, purple hair and dark circles under his eyes. Are you all like that? Seeing something like that disappoints me, he asked the group. Bakugo got angry while others walked away from him. The brown-haired boy and his girls watched this calmly, since they didn't want any problems. You know that depending on the results of the festival, we might be transferred to the heroes course, in addition to taking out others, he said, scaring the 1A a little. I just came to tell you not to think yourselves so many, because if you do, any one of us will wipe the floor with you, he said with a slight arrogance. The group of heroes became a little annoyed at this. Before Bakugo exploded, the brown-haired boy appeared in front of the purple-haired boy as if nothing had happened. This surprised everyone, since they didn't see when he had arrived, but they sensed that it was his quirk. Issei, so, what is a declaration of war? I asked seriously. You could say that. Yes. With that said, he and the brown-haired boy stared at each other. Hey, I'm from Class B. I heard that you fought against villains, so I came to talk. Don't be too confident. Another voice was noticed. It was a gray-haired boy with a short hair, with a somewhat temperamental attitude. This would only lead to more problems for the group. The brown-haired boy's gaze fell on the one who spoke. Seeing those eyes, he was a little scared, but made an effort not to show it. Bakugo, I'll be number one. I'll humiliate everyone here. Kirishima, but what things you say, you know that with that, they will see us in a bad way. Bakugo, I don't care, was the only thing he said, and made his way through the crowd. Issei, then I expect great things from you at the festival. Do your best, said the brown-haired boy, changing his serious expression to his typical cheerful attitude. This attitude shown by the brown-haired boy made other groups see him in a different light. He seemed like good people. Some even saw him as a war. Without further ado, all the students left, finally allowing the group to leave. Momo, good job, Issei-kun. Thanks for making him go away. Issei, Sai, if I don't do it, it would only cause us more problems. But I think this festival will be a challenge, so we can show that we are the opposite. The brown-haired boy encouraged the group that worked. Kirishima, good, better for me. I'll be ready for any challenge, haha. Now the group had much more influence in this sports festival. DxD World, Underworld Surzek's office. After leaving Kagaya in the Chestnut territory with the Chestnut's parents, with the Miko's family, Venilana, Grafia, Olga and Chloe with Akane went to see their son. The redhead was signing documents until a magic circle that he knew appeared, showing his mother, his former queen, along with a little girl that he didn't recognize. Surzek's mother, Grafia, what brings you here? Venilana, solo question presented by Akane. Surzek's, she is. Grafia, Hija is Jin-sama. The red Mao was open-mouthed. In such a short time he already had a daughter, but the features were those of a dragon. Surzek's, and who is the mother? Venilana, all of us. Thus the Baal explained the origin of the little girl, something that her son understood. Technically she was the daughter of the chestnut tree and his mother, so. Akane Oniai-chan? Said the little girl to the Mao. Surzek's, Akane-chan, said the Mao, jumping to hug the little girl. Before he could hug her, someone else got there first, and it was his wife. Mao, darling, you better not scare the little one, he said with authority. Surzek's, at least let me see my dear Imita, said the Mao. Mao, they are? Olga de Cordia, Jin's bishop. Chloe, Pion de Jin. Akane, and they are also my moms. Again an explanation later. Mao, so that's how it is, it makes sense. But at least I'll be able to play with her, he said. Akane's sister, I'm your sister-in-law Mao, but you can call me Nei-chan, Akane-chan. Akane, Nei-chan, said the girl on her lap. Surzex, so these are Jin's new pieces. I guess you already know about him, right? He asked the two elves. Olga, that's right, and your secret is safe. What secret? Asked a voice that the two elves did not know, but the rest did. It was Rias Gremory, who also entered Surzex's office. Surzex, Rias, what brings you here? Rias, I came to say hello, Okasama? When did you get here? Venelana, I came to visit, how have you been, daughter? Rias, I guess so, she said with a somewhat lost look in her eyes, something that her mother knew, and it was because she had been looking for the brown-haired boy for a while. Akane, Nei-chan, who is she? Mao, she is your sister Rias, Akane-chan, she said to her sister. Rias, upon hearing that, looked at her sister-in-law's lap, to find a little girl with bright red hair, and also noticed horns, a tail, and dragon wings. Rias, who is the little one? Surzex, she is our new sister, Yakumo Akane, daughter of Jin-kun. His brother introduced his sister to his new sister. Rias was shocked to hear that she had a new sister, and from that man who has a relationship with her mother, a great pain appeared in her chest. Akane, Rias Nei-chan? The little girl asked the redhead. Rias, ha! Yes, I'm fine, Akane, she said with a forced smile. Olga, so she is Jin's ex-fiancée. I don't understand how she could leave Jin aside, the Queen Elf said mentally. Chloe, as I understand it, Jin avoided her wedding with that guy and then she remarried him. I don't understand, those were the half-elf's thoughts. Sky. Gabriel, Griselda, along with Celestine, Claudia, Prim and Alicia had arrived in heaven to take a walk and greet Michael. Gabriel, what do you think? I asked the guests. Celestine, it's something incredible. I never thought I'd be able to visit God's place. Claudia, I wonder what the God of this world looks like. Griselda, to tell the truth, the one who currently occupies his place is Michael-sama. The reason is thus the exorcist told them about the death of God during the Great Holy War along with the original demon kings. The four of them, upon hearing that, apologized for asking that. Just then she saw a certain trio from the church walking, as they were leaving to visit their husbands. Upon seeing the seraphim, they approached to greet her. Irina, how have you been, Gabriel-sama? Asia, good morning, Gabriel-sama. Zenobia, Gabriel. Gabriel, how are you, Irina, Asia, Zenobia? Said the seraph, but seeing their emotions, she sensed that they were trying to find the brown-haired boy. Look, let me introduce you, this is Celestine, Claudia, Prim and Alicia. The aforementioned greeted the trio and vice versa. Irina, why are they here? Griselda, we only showed them the sky. They, like you, have permission. Zenobia, I see, but what is that mark that those two have? Asked the bearer of Durandal, seeing the dragon mark on Prim and Alice. Gabriel, they are marked by Jean, just like Griselda and I, said the seraph. Asia, Irina and Zenobia heard that and felt pain in their chests, feeling like they couldn't lose any more. Alicia, so those three are the ones who left Jean for dead. God cared a lot about them and that's the only way they paid for it, were the blonde's thoughts. Prim, I will make Jean happy, I must thank you. If it weren't for that, maybe I would never have met him, said the pink-haired girl, but in a good way in her mind. Similar thoughts crossed Celestine and Claudia's minds. Kyoto. It was already afternoon, the time she would return to the Hyoudou residence. The leader of the yokai finished her work for the day. It was time to return to welcome her beloved and her daughter. Yasaka, Sai, it's time to go back. I want to be the first to welcome Issei-kun. Afufu the kitsune laughed. Yasuka-sama, someone wants to see him, it's urgent, said a yokai guard. Yasaka, fine, let him in and leave, said the kitsune, but she felt that something bad would happen. Yasaka dear, I've missed you so much, said a man's voice. She recognized that voice. It had been a long time since she had done so, and she never wanted to hear it again, or hear it again. Yasaka looked wide-eyed when she saw who it was. Yasaka, what are you doing here? She asked angrily. I came to see you, was what he said with a smile. World of Heroes, Hyoudou residence. The brown-haired boy had returned from the academy with the others. Upon arriving, she was greeted by all the girls, but Yasaka was not there. For the brown-haired boy, she would be one of the first to greet him. But surprisingly, she was not there, to which he asked if something had happened to her, to which the girls said they did not know. The chestnut helped put the plates on the table for dinner. It was at that precise moment she felt a sensation that said that Yasaka was in danger. Without further ado, she quickly left the plates and opened a crack. This action was seen by everyone. Venelana, what do you want from this Queen? Issei, Yasaka, come on Kunu. Yasaka is in danger, he said alarmed. The younger Kitsune immediately found the crack next to the chestnut. The girls immediately followed them. Something very bad must be happening to Yasaka for the brown-haired boy to be so alarmed. Without further ado, Office opened a crack to go. They left Akane with the brown-haired boy's parents, and they understood the situation.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.